Good Saturday evening. This is Roleplay Cafe. I am Jason, the presenter of today's Dark Age of Man Chronicles Session 4. This is the fourth session out of what we had hoped would be 4. We might do other things or play on in future, but we're going to try to conclude this tonight. Below me is the Dell Roleplay Cafe owner here and co-author of Dark Age of Man, game designer with me, and next to me is Mr. Sam, Chalice and Chains on YouTube. He is running Brother Ethelweld. And then, right, everybody's different, right? And then below me there in the diagonally on my screen is Brian. He is our book editor and editor-in-chief and I would say consultant on all this, all of this stuff that we've.
Don't deny it.
This is like the chickens guarding the hen house here. This is Dark Age of Man, playing Dark Age of Man, right? So, anyway, let's get rolling, man. I've been looking forward to this, gentlemen, for a long time. Thank you for joining me. It's been a while. Here we go. This is going to be fun. So I'm going to bring up quickly where we're at. So just a quick reminder, last session left off with all of you huddled at Sylvester's family home with his father. Many of the pagans and refugees, many of the Christians who did not want to partake in the pogroms killing the pagans also joined Jules, Dar, the blacksmith Dar, Jules, the Blackleaf Inn, former Blackleaf Inn proprietor, and of course John, the man-at-arms. He was the commander of Washburn's army, and of course used to be Sai's commander. Really, he has thrown off the kit of Washburn and walked away from his duties. They have discovered that Henry, Brother Ethelwald's acolyte, what is he, 11? Did we say he was 11 or something like that? The young,
like 10 or 11.
Yeah, 10 or 11, has been captured, as Ethelwald had ordered him to investigate Alderman Daedrin's camp. Alderman Daedrin is set out about 300 yards in the fields from Washburn's Dredgetown palisade. He is threatening to remove the Washburn family and end this craziness, murdering of the pagans, etc. We have Jarek, the Viking army, which Sylvester learned over the last few weeks was camped on the west shores northwest of Dredgewater. They appear to be riding out the winter and awaiting maybe reinforcements. So the spring could be dangerous for Dredgewater in the spring. But right now it appears Jarek doesn't appear to be doing anything. Mort has amassed his people on the border. He has built defenses. He is in league with Jarek. Sylvester's learned these things. And they've learned rumor of just a mile and a half, 2 miles west of Sylvester's family home in the heavy woodlands is rumor that there's a person, maybe a very important person, somewhere around that area. They don't have any clue who that is or what that's about or if it's just rumor. They are to meet Wesweld. Young Wesweld has taken over Dredgetown proper. He has ordered all the bodies of the pagans, all the pikes removed, the pagans released. He has contramanded his mother's pogroms. Our group doesn't know whether he's actually attempted to address his mother or father, of course. People can't see what Sam wrote there, but that was pretty good. Anyway, I forgot what my train of thought now. Shoot, where was I at? It's
Sorry, I'm goofing around in the chat.
No, I forgot what I was saying. What did I say? Where was I at? It just shows nobody's listening. Okay.
You just finished up talking about the rumors of the VIP.
Correct.
And
you wouldn't know whether Wesweld's made any attempt to contact his mother and father, who are locked down in the Dredgetown palisade, which is on the hill there above my head. That's locked down. Right down here at Blackleaf Inn is where he's made Wesweld, the young heir apparent, has made headquarters. He has a very small army, 15 soldiers, maybe 15 or so pagan slash Christian that have stayed around loyal to him. And of course, a very large camp, 300 yards outside. It's early in the morning. It's still winter, but it's the bitter cold that started your Chronicles is past as we are starting to ebb in towards spring. The famine was rectified by your efforts as a group in session 1, so we haven't had much problem with the famine. The floods receded a couple of weeks ago, so the river dredge now flows normally. Great song, though. It's a great song. That brings back memories. My God, right?
Sorry, I can't.
That's all right. That's all right. So it's early in the morning. You are all stayed with Sylvester at his home. Vidar stormed out in a huff after knocking John senseless, which unfortunately also knocked Ethelwald down, and he suffered a battered condition. Vidar then stormed out, must have slept or paced. Who knows? We'll let Vidar tell us there. Sylvester, I don't know what he would have done here with his father. His father at some point would have come back into the family home. But it will be the wee hours of the morning, gentlemen, and I'm going to let you all tell me what you're doing here in the wee hours of the morning relative to being at Sylvester's family home. So we're going to start with Sylvester, since it is his family, his home.
Okay, so early in the morning, I will be getting up, making sure that since it's still winter, that the embers of the fire haven't died down too far, heading outside and, gathering up some firewood to get the house warm back up to start the day. We'll have, off to the side of where the fire is, start swinging the arm pot in and getting a morning boil on some water to start some oats. Just, checking to make sure that everything in the house is fine, seeing who else is up, going around outside, check on the dogs in their pens, go ahead and let my dogs out, and go ahead and, bring them into the house. And,
okay.
Just in general, I know there are people here.
Right.
I'm going to try and, let my dad rest, and so he doesn't get any more pissed off at me than he already is.
Right.
And,
they probably, the camp has its ritual because they've been doing this for who knows how many weeks or days. So they have their morning rituals and they do their things, right? They're a ragtag group that have been obviously waiting for a leader. But they're going about their morning rituals as well as you're out and about. I hate to say it, but like in your front yard, right? I mean, it's like this gypsy camp is popped up in your front yard, so to speak, right? What are you doing, Vidar? As you have spent the night where? Doing what?
After I tore out of the hut, I stalked into the wood and basically paced and circled when the night set in. I looked at the moon. I spent the night cursing the gods, various pantheons, and from Thor, Christ, the whole myriad for forsaking me. And I'm looking for some kind of sign daring them to show me if they are there, or either strike me down or take me. And this occurs to me that since they didn't, whenever dawn starts to break, didn't take me then, I turn on my heel and try to reorientate myself to find my way back to the camp, because I'm thinking about the last thing the last someone who took something from me, directly, that owes something to me, that I figure can pay me back in full respite is Dar Reynolds. I gave him my land. He owes me that hammer, and
okay.
I'm stalking back to, and I break out into the encampment and scream out his name, Dar, and I'm looking at him amongst the crowd.
Okay. Ethelweld, what are you doing, sir?
So I imagine the night would have been very fretful. There would have been a lot of like prayer and just beseeching, Lord, tell me what to do, give me a sign, much like Vidar, only maybe without the cursing. But give me a sign that that you're here, that you're not forsaking me, bolster my faith, because all I'm seeing right now is the Christians acting in a despicable way, and the pagans showing me hospitality here. I mean, after Sylvester's revelation, right? And so I think that I would have basically been up all night, and maybe perhaps several times during the night, various members of the camp or the house or whatever would have been like, brother, you have to go to sleep, you need your rest, blah blah blah, right? And I would have stayed up. And then I think maybe like right before, maybe like a couple of hours before dawn, I think I would have finally dozed off, just out of pure exhaustion. And then I think it was at that point that like I would have this dream, right, where there everything is just cloaked in darkness and shadow, right, and I'm standing like trying to fumble my way through, right, and finally I get to like a door, and the door, I have to decide if I want to open it or not, and I'm really like hesitating. I keep reaching for the handle, and then I pull the hand away, and then finally I reach for this sort of metaphorical door and pull it open, and it's like this just blinding light, right? And I walk through, and I kind of, I squint, and as the light sort of recedes a little bit, I start to, everything is kind of blurry, and then then vision starts to kind of coalesce a little bit, and I see the inside of Sylvester's house, right? And I see kind of my surroundings here, and for a moment I'm sort of very puzzled, but I have to, as they might say, make water. And so I would go outside. I go to open the door to the cabin, and I think it might be at that point that like the sun is just cresting up over the horizon, right? And so for a minute I see this light, and as if sort of a contrast to that, I see this figure kind of coming in towards the camp, but I can't necessarily make out who it is. And as the sun crests just high enough and my eyes adjust, I see that it is Vidar, right? And then I hear him yell, "Rawr!" whatever.
Nice.
And I think that's, but so I still have to pee, but I see this happen, and so I'm like, what's going on?
Dar comes almost from your blind side, from your right, yelling, barking at you as he yells to draw the square, as you dishonored me last night, and then you run into the woods like a coward, and everybody's roused, steps back as he barks to give you a weapon. Make a luck check for me, Sylvester, as you are coming back from the dog pens.
Okay.
You're gonna need an 8.
Yeah, right. No.
Okay. Your dogs. Did you add your dog bonus to that +2?
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, yeah, then it would be. It would be so exactly 8.
You notice your dogs are whining, tail between their legs. They're acting. You've only seen them ever do this in when they're imminent danger, right? When the dog fears there's something greater than them, right? It might be the kind of thing maybe you've seen when they were young pups and encountered a bear for the first time, or a boar.
Really?
They are whining. They are nervous. The other dogs in the pen are also. As you you pick up that the dogs are definitely They're either smelling something or sensing
Yeah,
something.
I am if they're behaving in that manner, I am immediately on guard. I drop whatever firewood I had in my hand, except for a log, because the only other thing I have on me right now is probably my dagger. And I'm scanning the crowd. I'm looking out, because I know potentially if this unknown group, we don't know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on guard.
Okay.
Checking the horizon. I know the lay of the land around the house, so I'm looking for anything that may be out of place.
Okay.
Maybe there's something, trying to spot anybody encroaching onto the house.
There's a lot here, including the dogs being nervous, the camp alive. You hear Dar and Vider's voices at a louder than normal. And Ethelwold, just as you step out, you see Dar step in front of him, and he throws some makeshift weapon to Vidar, and he swings up a mace and takes like 3 steps coming at you, Vidar. So you need to make a combat roll.
Okay, and I'm saying, run from you cur dog. Come give me my release, or I'll drink from your skull tonight.
I don't know if this would affect the roll at all, but I again will try to intervene and step in.
Okay.
So I don't know. I just mentioned that now because I don't know if that somehow influences Vidar's role or not, because I would be actively trying to step between them.
I want you to make a combat check, a body check for this, because you would be ultimately physically involved. It's going to be an 8. You're going to need an 8 or better. Add your body to it if you have a body score. No? Okay, so Vidar,
I added my body score.
It was 0. Out of the corner of your eye, you catch this you catch this weapon. It's a poor quality weapon. He's just thrown you some, whatever you think it is, a hammer or sword. It's up to you, but it's poor quality.
Makes no difference.
But unfortunately, Ethelwold, as he's coming down with this mace, you see instinctually, drawing upon your warrior-like past, you're able to shield Brother Ethelwold from this, but it's going to increase the difficulty as you now are dealing with Ethelwold as well as this 6'8" former Viking Dar with this giant club.
Sorry.
So, because he failed his body check, it's going to be harder for you now. So you're going to need a 10 or better. Add your combat score on this.
Okay.
But you'll ultimately push Ethelwold out of the way.
Okay. No, I rolled a 1. That is not
shit.
A net.
Critical?
Oh my God.
Critical?
No, 2 for bodies. But
it's
anyway,
okay if he actually tries to push me out of the way, but actually pushes me right into the mace, and I get a mace to the face.
You could certainly.
I don't want to do that, but
you could take some of that. You could take 1 wound of that. That'd put you at the 2nd level. That would be not injured. What is that on our rule book? Jeez, I should know my own rules, but it's been a while. What is that?
Well, I'm already battered, right?
Battered, then you would go to injured.
Yeah, you're injured. Right. Thank you, Brian, because I can't remember our
It's
order.
all right. It's okay.
We have not had any combat, really, since the first 5 minutes of the first session.
Listen, I've been in all kinds of combat. I don't know what you're talking about. It just, wasn't intentional.
What the hell?
Just like a man of the cloth.
So you'll take 1, and Vidar, you will now be battered.
Okay.
This is knocking you off your feet, Ethelwold. As Vidar, in a way, you get hit by the mace as it comes down on Vidar's shoulder. Maybe you're hit in the back. Vidar pushes you. You might be in your robes.
Yeah, I would stumble.
You're on your you are literally on your knees as you feel the pain searing in your shoulder. And he draws up this weapon again, and he's putting his foot, his 6'8" limbs on the butt of Ethelwold and pushing Ethelwold, out of the way. So on top of that, you feel a kick in your butt as he's pushing you away.
Yeah, and I'm hacking at his legs.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So again, you're gonna need an 8, right? So Ethelwold's not interfered. So you need an 8+ to do some positive work here.
That's a 4.
Okay, so he drives you, Ethelwold, face down into the mud, away, and is able to swing away, step back from your blade, and brings up his mace. Brian, you're now hearing the crowd, and you can see through the makeshift camp. You can see, Dar and this giant and Vidar quite literally fighting. Ethelwald laying face down in the mud as the Vikings just kicked him in the butt. He steps away from the blade of Vidar, and you hear the dogs now at this point are snarling. They're spinning opposite that direction into the east woods, away from your home, and you can hear the cracking and the how can I say this? The sundering of trees and the vibration under your feet.
Really? Okay. So their behavior, they've become a little bit more.
Yeah, they're
cowed.
turned. They now are they're snarling, they're crouched, but they're almost going backward but they're facing east, away from your home, away from the camp.
So I am going to. So this is like, okay, so we have this morning sky like slowly coming up, right, and all this stuff.
You would be blinded
so
as it's coming up from the east.
I'm going to be looking. I look to the opposite horizon sign, and as the crescent moon from last night is going down, which happens to be Diana's one of her symbols, as I will pat the dogs on the head, and I will try to use my spirit to imbue them with a little bit more courage, to let them know that we are here together. And I will start to howl with them and growl with them to try and gather people's attention. And I'm going to try and get all the dogs. So
let's make a spirit check. And you're going to add your dogs to this, vice versa, or you're adding your spirit to the dogs. Doesn't make any difference.
I'm adding, well, they're both the same number, too. Okay. So that's going to be a 11.
Okay.
I'm going to, just real quick, I'm going to roll random just to see. I'm just going to use a D12 just to see how many dogs we currently have, that we're tending to. Yep. So there's 8 that we have. My father has been working with and training.
Nice. So all different ages, probably.
Yeah, all from pups, up to a female, a bitch and a
and most of them are hounds. In a pen that you're feeding them right now?
We've kept them in pens.
And but I hate to say it, this is probably what has brought this creature to your home, is the stench and the smell of this pen. Right? But
it is what it is.
Right?
Yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah. That's why you're right. Okay.
I'm just getting them all going to try and attract everybody's attention.
Again, you can feel the ground a little bit, and you can hear the sundering of trees. The dogs, again, howling with you. The people in the camp clearly hear this. Vidar, you hear this. Dar hears the dogs howling. Ethelwald, as you standing from the mud, you can hear Brian, maybe not even aware, not Brian, Sylvester, maybe not even aware what he's saying. He might be calling to everybody. Who knows? I don't know what he's actually saying, but it is loud. It's a ruckus. And Brian, at that point, a silhouette blocks out the sun, and it's some type of bipedal creature. He is stops as he sees the house, and it sees the dogs, the pen, and it probably towers 10 feet tall, 2 arms, bald, a gnarled face, hunched, massive legs. This thing may be 800 pounds, and he begins to roar as he stomps toward the pen of dogs.
Okay. I'm going to yank back on the 2 dogs, to signal them to follow me. And I'm running around to the front of the house where, I've kind of got my gear set up in the front, just outside the door. I'm going to just grab sword and shield and keep running around all the way around to the other side of the house.
Okay.
This way, if he saw me here, I'm going to come at him from the other side.
And meanwhile, the camp is aware of the noise now. Some people maybe see this shadowed. Again, he's backlit by the rising sun, so right now it's hard to make out all details of what. But let's make a luck check for the dogs in the pen for you, sir. As you evacuate with your dogs, but let's make a luck check versus this creature.
That is going to be a 6.
Okay. You hear behind you as you and your dogs sprint. You hear the yelping and the crushing. Some of you may catch this out of your corner of your eye. Dogs in the air, the pin being sundered, and roaring of this creature as he grabs dogs by the, literally in one hand, he'll pick up a wolfhound and fling it at the tents in the camp. And we'll go to Dar and Vidar. So this is, in a way, got your attention, but you two are still...
Yeah, my ears are ringing. I figured because when Brother Aethelwald bumped up against me, we both kind of went down like that. Mm-hmm. So I took a swipe at his leg, failed that. I don't know if it incurred an injury there, but definitely when he hit me, my ears are ringing, and I'm hearing this. The vibration is I'm in the mud, knee deep, not knee deep, but my knee is in the mud and leaning against Brother Aethelwald, and my ears are ringing, and I'm hearing it. It is slightly distracting. But I'm going to try to get up as quickly as...
I mean, you're aware of this shadow blotting out the rising sun. You can hear it bellowing. You can see dogs flung about.
Yeah. That's why I'm pausing, because I was asking for a sign right then. So, in Vidar's mind, I don't know if this is necessarily a sign. And I'm in the middle of this pitched battle. I'm just taking a swipe at his legs, and I'm going to try to scramble backwards to see what the hell is going on. Kicking myself back and maybe grabbing Brother Aethelwald if I can, and kind of throwing him out the way, back, because there's still a little affinity for him.
All right, let's make a luck check.
Despite myself,
6 or better luck check.
Okay, 8.
Okay, your actions, of course, remove Ethel, get him on his feet quickly, kind of remove him from the immediate danger. But at the same time, your actions, your successful effect has put Dar's attention completely on this creature. You hear Dar bellow out to John and Jules in the camp, and they all begin to grab weapons and start to go toward this creature. Ethelwald, what are you doing?
So I imagine almost as Vidar and I had sort of almost tumbled together, being, hit by the mace, right? And then he kind of picks me up out of the mud. And I imagine you would have heard this like squelch, right? And then I would as I spit mud out of my mouth, but I think what would happen is my eyes would open, right, and there would literally just be my eyes, right, and then and then my mouth is open, and I think I kind of get tossed back a little bit, stumble, but I'm on my feet, and I think you would see I'm sort of favoring one side,
right,
leaning more weight on one foot than the other at this point, because I maybe my leg got injured or something, but I see. Now I can see the full creature, right? Or okay.
Oh yeah, so but it's again it's backlit. However,
sure,
but it's 9. It's hard to say. Your adrenaline's raging.
Well,
You've never seen any kind of humanoid creature like this ever. Basically in a loincloth, hairy.
Yep.
Distorted features, hunchback, bellowing, slobber.
It looks
snot.
Just like the Vikings that attacked my monastery, as far as I remember. No,
right,
just kidding.
Right. Yeah, but, it could be, but it is some grotesque manifestation of God and man, right?
There's no God in this
unholy
creature.
Matrimony between man and creature, right? It is
abomination.
Abomination.
So when I went down, having had the vision that I had during that night and whatever, and trying to step in, I was trying to decide this course of action with Dar, literally attacking Vidar with almost no chance for Vidar to be prepared, right? And finally seeing the brutality of the pagans and remembering the Viking brutality from my childhood. I went ahead and made a spirit check to see if this would help kind of with the spiritual turmoil that I was in. And And it did. And so I think what I do at this point, seeing this creature, I remember the vision where it was all dark, right? And then I opened that door and the light just shone through. And so I think what I'll do is I'll pull my like holy symbol out, and I realize it's all muddy, and I kind of like wipe it off a little bit, and then I'll try to hold it up, and I'm going to basically ask for God to smite this thing.
Okay.
And to
Guys.
Yeah, to
make a roll.
Let our faith be.
Make a spirit check versus.
Okay.
I kind of don't want to tell you what the DV is.
You don't have to. That's fine. I'll
I don't want
add,
you to
obviously,
wonder.
my holy symbol.
Yeah, you're
But
pulling one.
are there any like bonuses or negatives or
you're going to
anything
use
to the
your
roll?
spirit,
Yep.
and you're going to use your best holy.
holy
You're going to use your best modifier, which would be your armor,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
weapon, or now
Yep.
you're using your holy
Yeah.
symbol, so it would be I think it's excellent, so +2
Mhm.
with your spirit, and that's added. All
Yep.
that'll be added to the dice 12 roll. So your spirit plus the holy symbol.
11.
Oh, okay. So as you do this, all of you except Brian, you race past. You dodge between the big Viking and Vidar. Your dog's in tow, right? Past as Ethelweld fumbles out his thing, and it says something that, and you can feel your ears ringing as he is amplified by this call, and the creature bellows out in extreme pain as you see basically lightning strike this creature on the back, right? Or better yet, Brother Ethelwald, you tell me what it looks like. I should not be telling you what it looks like. You tell me.
Thank you.
I slipped back into my old D&D ways right there.
It's okay. Either way, it was cool. But yeah, so I imagine you hear this.
He's not dead, but you've
No. But yeah, you hear the amplification of my voice, basically, saying something along the lines of like, no creature of hell will be permitted to stand in this land, whether, not in the sight of God, and then let God smite you and send you back to hell. And yeah, I think that there is like a crack of lightning, or a crack of thunder, right? And then you would see, I think, the lightning come, but it would not originate as it normally does. I think what would happen is you would see this glow come from like my holy symbol,
right,
and then it would shoot out, from
Nice.
that
Nice.
into this creature's back or whatever. But then I imagine that as I'm almost like a beam for a minute, right, and then it kind of subsides, and maybe everybody's like a little bit like, Brian,
Right,
you got the twinkles or whatever in your eyes.
Yeah, I can imagine you guys felt the hair raise on your skin as the static electricity, right? As
Yeah,
you're
and then
standing around there.
And then I think what would happen is you would see this contrast where all around the holy symbol, my robes and everything is like completely clear of mud, but my face is still caked in it, right? And so it's this weird contrast of like this dark sort of weird looking muddy face,
Right.
with this, the cross, the simple wooden cross just held out. And then I would look to Vidar as this sort of happens, and if you'll allow me the liberty, I will say to Vidar, "There's your sign." And then I think I'll fall down to my knee, like one hand in the mud, because that took a lot out of me.
That's awesome. So again, you guys feel this. You hear this extreme explosion from Ethelwald's, and this creature wells as it suffers the searing bolt of electricity. The dogs that are around him squeal and start to give a wide berth. The dogs that were in the pen that are left, of course, he's killed a couple of them. Brian, you're circling the house. You hear Dar, call to John and Jules and the group as you circle around your house. Vidar, again, you're kind of in the same boat. So we'll start with Brian here. We'll go right around as you guys. The creature is right now currently engaged in smacking these dogs around, and he's just been zapped. So that was kind of, he's not really doing anything toward you yet, right?
Okay, so I come around the corner. I hear the loud crack behind me, flash of light. I still have no idea what the heck that was. I give a glance over my shoulder just in time to see Brother Aethelwald. I don't hear what he says, but I see him looking at Vidar, and then he goes to the ground. I will run around the corner. I stop at the corner where I know I can peer around. I glance around real quick to see what this creature's doing. Is he still, attacking the pen? Is he kind of stunned, dazed? Enraged? What's he look like right now?
Well, he's got one dead wolfhound in his hand. The other wolfhounds are scattered. Some have been already smacked away. You can't tell. The other dogs are there barking at its feet. It is huge. 800-pound creature in a loincloth. One dead wolfhound in his paws. He's holding it and wailing. He's looking at the skies. He's just been zapped. You can see all in one motion as you come around. Dar and Jules kind of and John fold in with kind of between Vidar and him. As Vidar's, I think, still we'll wait to find out what Vidar's doing, but they're kind of racing toward it. So you're coming around kind of behind it, and you can see past him that they're kind of coming toward it.
So they're coming from the front side?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so at the back of the house, this is where the fireplace is. And so it kind of has a little stone step, which allows us to get up onto the roof to, repair the thatching very easily. So I am going to command the dogs to stay where they are now. And I am going to try and, quickly make my way towards that stair step to go up to the roof and get in behind the top part of the chimney and try and hide there. Once I see that, or I can tell since I'll be on the roof, once I see that it's engaged, then I'm going to make and break a run and just run and jump at it.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and get up to the roof.
You just need to make a combat check.
Yeah. I want to get to the roof, up to the top of the roof unseen, and that's where I'm going to hold.
Right, and that would be just a combat check. No dog bonus here. Its difficulty, of course, is shifted based on what it's dealing with. Yep. What'd you roll?
Would it be a luck roll?
No. Combat. You're in combat, so it's a combat check. You're just not going to do damage, right?
So that's a 7.
Okay. So in a couple of swift steps, your dogs obey. And in a few steps, you're up behind the chimney, preparing. Right, as it doesn't nothing impedes your progress to get there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I just want to get there unseen so I can surprise.
Right.
So
you appear to be unseen for sure for where you're at. Okay. Vidar, you see Dar turn his attention, and he's walking toward this creature, yelling for John and Jules. They followed in with him as they've got swords out. John's got a shield. And a weapon, and in a way, their backs are to you as they're headed toward this creature, Vidar.
Well, when I was half on one knee when all this happened and the earth started moving under my feet, I didn't know if it was my equilibrium, and my ears were ringing. The shadow went over me. Like I said, it might have been a moment of what the heck is going on here. And obviously, Dar was probably wiggling around too. As I'm steadying myself on Brother Aethelwald, and I pull him up. At that moment, though, whenever I'm like, what is going on here, trying to, deal with this. And I'm standing up and turning my head and visualizing this. And then I see that irradiation from my left. But the first thing I noticed is a cohesive where everybody, and even over the last night, everybody was apart, is separated and pulled apart in various means. Instantaneously, we stop what we're doing and we're all moving as one. So, and then on the heels of that, this radiated light comes to my left, and I look at Brother Aethelwald beaming, and then it shoots out, and he turns and says that. And that's exactly what I'm thinking. I slowly nod in realization and mutter on my lips, "My Christ." And then I turn my head toward it, and then I'll start running through the mud, and appears like I'm going to sack Dar, and I run up alongside him to go tackle this with weapons bare. And I'm trying to get there as quick as I can to marshal my efforts from there to take this beast down.
Okay, so let's make a combat check, but add your spirit to this if you have one. If you have spirit.
Gotcha.
So it's your combat plus spirit.
It's 5.
Okay, so you get up beside Dar, and as you do, this creature pitches this wolfhound, taking Jules full force.
Full body, yeah.
So as you get up there, you see this wolfhound just take out Jules, and he tumbles off into the tents, into the mud, with a cry of pain. You don't know whether he's dead or not, but he has suffered, and this creature throws both hands in the air, roars as he stalks toward Dar, you, and John. But Jules has just been knocked out of this fray. Okay. All right, let's go back around to Ethelweld here. You now see this creature fleeing this wolfhound, thanks to Dell's roll, and it blasts Jules with unbelievable force, enough to knock him back 3-4 feet, tumbling into the tents. Where are you at? And you see, of course, Vidar join Dar and John in the front ranks.
Yeah. I think maybe what hit me was the words that Vidar said, right? My Christ, like he accepted, at least this is the way I'm interpreting it, right? That he got his sign, and he accepted that Christ and the Christian God are the one to serve, and so, to me, it holds a little bit of meaning in the sense that, like, I was tasked to convert the pagans, and perhaps this was the first step. Perhaps I've converted a pagan, and so to hopefully further that mission, I'm going to call on God once again and ask if he will shield Vidar with his love and his holy light, and to empower him to be the sword, the holy righteous sword of God against this creature of hell.
Okay, make a spirit check.
Okay, 12.
Holy cow. All right, so how do you want this to mechanically affect play? A bonus to his rolls, or...
I think that Vidar should be immune to any damage for the entire combat. But
well, you rolled a 12, so it can be significant. It's a critical success.
What? I mean, I rolled... Oh, no, actually, it was more than that because...
well, did you roll an actual 12? A nat 12?
No. It wasn't a nat 12.
So you succeeded, but it's not critical.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I rolled a 10. So it's actually it's total of 15 because spirit plus the holy symbol.
Okay, so your spirit score is what?
My spirit's 3.
Okay,
the
so we're going to give...
The holy symbol was 2,
we'll give Vidar a +3 to his next roll. How about that?
Okay,
so he'll get a bonus of pump. I thought you rolled a crit, right?
No. Yeah, no. I rolled
it's success.
Total of 15.
So we'll lend your spirit a +3 to whatever Vidar does next.
Okay. And perhaps his weapon has a slight like glow or like a crackling of lightning or something.
This ratty old poor weapon that Dar threw in for the fight is now glowing, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. So the creature now, of course, has taken a couple of steps forward, and Brian, you're now seeing this creature's taken poor Jules. It's hard to believe he would have survived this blow from this 80, 190 pound wolfhound full bore. And you see him now, hands thrust into the air as he begins to stride forward, bringing his hands. And again, he's dragging a club in his left hand, but he has not done anything with it except swat the dogs away from him. And so you, sir, now are huddled behind the chimney of your family's home. And you see this creature now start to stalk toward Vidar, Dar, and John.
Okay, so as the creature is, since the dog pen is kind of almost at the far corner of the manse at the back, so he's kind of moving up and around. So I'm going to come out from behind the pitch and kind of go up the roof and kind of follow him. As he's moving towards them, I'm going to try and get up as high as I can onto the roof, and then I am going to jump from the roof, sword point down.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to try and plunge into his back, but I am not going to hold on. I'm just going to implant the sword. If it makes contact, I'm just going to plant it, leave it there, hit the ground, and roll away from him.
Nice.
Okay.
Right. Now make a roll. Now there's some modifiers here because he's surrounded by dogs. He's been zapped by lightning. He's facing this 6'8" Viking and his buddies. So never fear. The difficulty's a little lower, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. So go ahead and roll.
Okay.
And add your combat, your weapon, whatever.
So that's going to be an 11.
Oh, nice. So just as you described, clean leap as he's looking into the air, as he comes down with his club and he starts looking to stalk. You drive that sword right into his hump, basically. This mass of, again, he's almost...
kind of deformed.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
And drop to your feet in the mud behind him as he bellows out. And you can see now as he's stalking forward, he starts to try to reach back for this. Right? And you rolled an 11, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Job done. And he roars up again. This now just swinging his club blindly in the direction of Dar and the three the three warriors that are coming toward him. All right, Vidar, it is your turn, sir.
I'm going to hit the Achilles.
Your sound is it might be your jack. It sounds almost like your mic jack or something. Try to mute it and unmute it again.
We were close there, almost.
Okay, better?
There you go.
Still robot?
There
okay.
You go.
Leave it alone. Okay, yeah, I want to hit the Achilles heel of this abomination and take it out in his leg or his calf area. But that's what I'm aiming for. I'm running toward, and I want to bite into.
Okay, now you're going to have a +3, and Dar and John simultaneously are also attacking it. So you've got Dar bringing his mace up, charging in. You've got John with his shield charging in. So they're going to affect the DV, but you got a +3 to your roll here, right?
I don't mind spilling blood on this abomination since he needs to go back to hell, as Brother Ethelwald says. So he's not. I'm not limited to that mace. Okay. Well, actually, I rolled a nat 11.
Okay.
So that's 2 plus the 3, 5.
Right.
Okay. 16.
So describe. Now it's not dead, but all three of you simultaneously are attacking this, including Brian dropping from behind.
Well, I see me hitting you too, and almost
he's not
like
dead,
a splinter.
But he's taking a beating.
But whenever I with the sword, the rusty, oddly glowing sword bites into his Achilles tendon, then you can hear little snapping, almost splintering of wood, like and his skin is all calloused and decrepit and whatever. And so I'm hacking at that, and the other guys are just plunging into and beating upon his calves and whatnot. And you can see is doing some damage. At least it feels that way since he buckles somewhat underneath the hammer blows that we're laying upon him, and so you'll see his knee halfway go down. So that's where I'm at right there.
Okay, let's make as he swings this club in response to this, as all three of you just fall upon him. He's swinging this club kind of rather in a panic randomly. So let's make a luck check here.
Okay.
9. Okay. He misses, luckily, as all of you dive into this giant creature. You manage to dodge his swing as you drive it in, as well as Dar seems to manage to miss it. Brian, you're standing behind him as you see all of these guys waylay it, right?
Like as soon as I hit the ground,
right.
I'm rolling away.
That's
I roll away from him. I don't want him to grab a hold of me at all. No.
You hear him bellowing. You hear him screaming out and bellowing as and you hear Dar and John's voices as they're making battle cries. All right, Ethelwald, sir, you're watching this as this holy warrior you've now blessed. It's a different kind of Vidar, right, than maybe you've seen before.
And would Jules be anywhere near me? Would he be close enough that, because what I would want to do if I saw him,
he's to your right about 12. He'd be to your right about 12 feet. He has taken out a tent. There's the dog. There are other peasants and pagans that have scrambled away from this rabble of refugees.
I would try to go over to him as quickly as my injuries will allow to see if there's anything that I can do for him to try to help him if he's still alive, or if not, to see if perhaps a third miracle can be performed.
Right. As you pull away the tent and find the dog, which is clearly dead, off of him, he appears to be unresponsive.
Okay.
And so let's make a mind check as you approach him here.
Okay. 10.
But you do perceive a slight. He is bleeding from the mouth and the nose, but you do see his chest heave a little bit. But so he's not dead. He's breathing, but he's unconscious. He's
it's probably critical injuries that will cause him to die.
Okay. Die.
Yeah. So
dying would be the wound level he's at, right?
Yeah. So what I think I would do then is I would probably sort of sit down and try gently to kind of cradle his head. And I would kind of look up to the sky once again, and I would say, my lord, if you deem me worthy yet again, please help me rescue. And Jules is a pagan, right?
Jules is a pagan. Yeah.
Okay. Help me save this man. Help bind his wounds and show him, your love and your mercy. And so I would attempt to do that.
Okay. So
to ask for divine healing.
Spirit check. Yep.
10.
Okay. You can feel his breathing ease. He's not responsive, but his breathing eases, and you feel as though he's going to be okay. Right? You just sense that. You can feel the power of the Lord through you, and you can sense that his breathing eases. You get a pretty good idea he will be okay.
Okay. And I think at this point, I would sort of gently lay his head down. I would get up to my knees, but I'm just I would be shaking as I'm sort of, as like all this emotion is just coming out, I would be weeping over this man, but not in sadness, but in just sheer gratitude and glory. Yeah. And I would say, like, maybe under my breath, mostly talking to myself, like, I don't know why you have deemed me worthy to witness this, but I hope that this will be one of the first steps on the path to more to saving this land. And then I would stay there, and I would look to kind of hopefully be there to ensure that he does regain consciousness, and if he does, need any further assistance, I will. But I'll be generally aware of what's going on in case somebody else needs help.
Okay, perfect. This creature now, of course, is swinging crazily, yelling out in agony and pain. He appears to be hamstringed, so to speak. And Brian, you have rolled away, and what are you doing now, sir?
So, to continue the action, roll away, come to my feet. I immediately begin whistling for the dogs to come. And as they come ripping around the corner, I'm going to point at the creature's other leg.
Oh, nice.
And, just scream to attack.
Okay.
So that the dogs will dive in. I'm going to continue my circle of moving around front of the house. So I'm going to issue the command for the dogs to attack.
Okay, so make a roll. Here we go. Attack roll on the creature.
That is a natural 12 for the dogs. So that's the dogs have 2, so that's a 14.
Nice.
So they attack the other leg.
Yeah, you see them both. I mean, hit him with such force, it basically drives his other leg out from under him as they twist it and tear it. Vidar, Dar, and John, as this thing starts to collapse toward them, you see the dogs in this melee with Vidar and Dar as they basically sunder it. They basically hack away at it. The dogs tear at it. It bellows out in a horrible cry of pain, and then seems to lay dead below this melee of creatures and bodies. And once it all clears, smoke clears, dogs, of course, snarling and stepping away. Dar standing, blood-soaked. I don't know what Vidar's doing. And John, of course,
looking at,
on a knee with his shield, wiping his brow as this 9-foot deformed humanoid creature lays in your front yard.
I look at Dar and say, from my earlier reference about drinking from his skull, and I'll glance at Dar and smile and say, better we drink from his skull tonight. And then I'll stop myself and catch myself and glance at Brother Aethelwald, and kind of questioning myself, and then take a step back and almost in shame a little bit, and take 2 steps and nod at Dar in peace, and wait to see his response.
Let's make a prestige check.
Okay.
With Dar.
Okay, well, I got a -1, so that's 9.
-1. Oh, right.
Prestige.
Right, I'd forgotten about that. That's right. Oh, what did you get, a 9?
Well, I rolled 10, but 9.
Okay, well, 9's still successful. Dar drops his, he lets stand his mace on the back of this dead creature, and he gives you a Viking handshake and pats you on the shoulder and says, "That is the man I thought you are the man I thought you were."
And I'll, for a moment, then I'll break out in a smile and hug him. More as a peaceful thing, even though I found Christ, that there's an acceptance of who he is and who I was, and that there can be, we did accomplish greater things together than apart.
Right.
So it has that moment whenever I just clasp him and, and then, I'll say, Christ be with you. And when I back away from him, brother, and then I'll add that to him, and I'll turn on my heel.
He grabs the mace up and presents it. "This is the holy weapon you had asked me for." And he presents it to you, the hammer.
Okay, just as about to turn, and then I have that realization when he says that, and he sticks it out, and that my eyes come back up to it and then to him, and then I'll smile again and take the hammer and then look at him earnestly and grab his arm, like that, clasp it, and then give him, a little head jack and walk off knowingly. Thank you. And with that on my lips, and I'll walk toward Brother Aethelwald and find out where he is.
Brother Aethelwald, you find the refugees. Before you know it, they're helping Jules. They've kind of taken him away. They're aiding him best they can. You can see out of the corner of your eye this grotesque giant creature lay dead. You see the couple of dogs scattered about, some of the tents scattered about, the pen sundered completely. Sylvester, as you're eyeballing what the damage is, you spot your father standing in the doorway with his armor, his old armor half on, dragging an old sword. One arm, like he's trying to put a boot on. It's like your father was coming. As you see him in the doorway, he looks over at you and at this creature and the damage, and nods as he plants his sword in the ground, almost in wonder at this thing now laying in the among the pagan camp. This creature.
I'm gonna, I'll recover my sword after kind of surveying the damage to the pin. And then when I see my father, I'll begin approaching him and I'll say, Lido, this is not would not have been a battle for my father to have been in. No disrespect to you, my father, but this kind of fight was obviously much for younger men, but I don't know where this thing came from. I know it had come from the woods, and I still have yet to see who these people are who are rumored to be camped not far from us in the woodlands. Hopefully this has not come from them, and I'll look him earnestly in the face, and as I'm picking up my bow and getting it strung and putting my sword in my scabbard, and I look over and I see Aethelwald, taking care of Jules, Vidar kind of walking off. I am going to look around for
Marcus?
Yeah, Marcus and Rolf.
Rolf, yeah.
My two apprentices.
Yeah, they might have been, you don't know where they were. This combat literally occurs in seconds.
It was pretty quick.
Yeah. Fortunately, he was just outnumbered and outclassed by all of you. So, but out of the corner of your eye, you find them. They are sheathing weapons as if they were preparing. You see two of them are shielding younger refugees as if they were going to be in defense of these younger kids. But you spy them in the camp, clearly aware of what was happening.
I'm going to wave them over and, looking them deadpan in the face as I can, I say, our work is still not done. Ready the horses.
And they turn on their heel and head to get the horses. Your father looks at you as he's now got his boot on. He's dropped his leather cuirass there in the doorway, and he looks about and he says, "Tell me the stud, the young stud Frederick is not dead. Our young stud."
I'll make a luck roll.
Make a luck roll. Yep.
That's a 4.
Okay. As you glance about, you count heads quickly. There's 6 dogs available. Two are gone, and one of them is indeed Frederick, the stud dog. Unfortunately, with that luck roll, and the bitch is also dead. So you've lost your father.
Lost it.
Yeah, the bitch. I say that what struck Jules almost dead, right?
Okay. I tell Lido that we have lost a mating pair, and we will need to start from scratch.
Yeah, and he...
and I say I will leave Maya here and Barbara with you. That they are now your dogs.
His eyes are welled with tears. This breed goes back generations. and he says, I will take good care of them. And he looks at you, sober, wipes, before he allows any tears to show, wipes his nose. I want these people off my land, Sai. Get them out of here.
I turn around and as loud as I can, I say, "It's time to break camp."
Right. And they fall, quickly. You see them breaking down tents, packing up gear. Marcus and Rolf return to the horses in front, waiting for your direction. Dar and John go to help start packing things up. Vidar and Ethelweld, you are injured. I mean, you're feeling it now. The adrenaline is gone away a little bit, and you're starting to feel like you might have a pretty good injury there on your shoulder. As that adrenaline wanes, you start feeling it, right? You start feeling a little ache, hurt, and I don't know what condition Vidar's in, but you took a shot, so you're battered, right?
Yeah, and I think I may have taken. I know I was better with the first one. I don't know if I took a second hit.
No, you took the one, just the one. But fortunately for you, Ethelwald took part of it, so you would have been injured, but Ethelwald stayed. So he keeps taking your damage for you.
I'm battered, but I walk over there as he's tending to this man, and I glance at Jules, as he's there, and I reach down, hold my hand up, and if Ethelwald looks up at me, you'll see my countenance is changed, somewhat, and I'll extend my hand to help you up, and then
and I would reach out, and I would take your hand, and you would see kind of as you're pulling me up, like I'm just like wincing, and there's this sharp intake of breath, is perhaps like maybe like a rotator cuff or the shoulder is maybe like broken or just severely injured. But as I get up, I would look over and at Jules, and I say, I believe he will make it. I cannot believe it, but I think he should survive.
Okay, when I picked you up, I saw you wince, when you get up. So I see that, and then you say that about Jules. Give another look, and I say, but you, brother. And then I have this change, and I put my hand on your shoulder where you're hurt, but Christ will take care of you. He will provide. So, and if allowed, I say that with almost a certainty, like the centurion, did. Like it is that way. So if allowed, I'd like to roll, spirit 2 to see.
Oh yeah.
If anything does alleviate.
Yes. Yep.
So it might be rather hard, but okay, there's only a 5. Only a 5.
You certainly feel the difference in Vidar. You are certainly aware of what he is trying to do, but every time his indelicate hands touch your wound, right? You're thanks, but no thanks, Vidar.
If it was done, it would have been like I just said it as a statement.
Right, almost.
I didn't know if it would have some kind of tangential effect.
So here's what I'll say. As I was kind of like holding on to your arm with my good arm for stability and whatever, I would reach my hurt arm up and place it on your shoulder, and I would smile. And it's through gritted teeth, but it is a smile. And I would say, the pain that I endure in my body is nothing to the pain that I had felt in my soul these past few days. But I will say, seeing what you have accomplished today and your acceptance of our Lord, that's healed a lot, my friend. And sometimes the Lord calls on us to suffer, whether it is bodily harm or otherwise, but to know that suffering will bring us will bring us strength in the end, and that our faith in him will bolster that. And then I would look to you with this sort of intensity that maybe hadn't been there before, and I would say, you have been anointed as a champion of God, and now I need your help to get Henry from the clutches. And then, sorry, what was the guy's name again?
Daedrin is the alderman.
Daedrin? Yeah, of Alderman Daedrin.
Okay, I kind of glanced because I have that recollection of meeting, on the camp, and you see it dawn on me, and I turn and I look back at you and I say, my strength and my mace, and I glance at my mace, are yours, and then I look up and say, his to command. All right, so then I'll release you and put it on my shoulder like that. So.
I proceed to sort of sit back down rather hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Dar walks up to you, Sylvester, as you complete your conversation with your father, and he says, if it is permitted, I will stay here with your father, with John, and we will remove this giant beast carcass from your father's property.
I think that my father would greatly appreciate that, and it's the least this camp could do for being allowed on the land. As I'm, tightening up the tack on the horse and making ready and getting into the saddle, I kind of, look over the camp and just kind of shake my head, and I see Aethelwald and Vidar, kind of in an intense conversation, though I can't hear what they're doing. And I will kind of look down at Dar's face and say, I must head to the woods to investigate where this thing has come from and to find out if these rumors are true or not, that something or someone is lurking in the woods. If this is a third party that we don't know whose allegiance, who they lie with yet, we will need to know that in the coming days once the battle is joined in earnest.
Okay.
Be sure to tell John that he must be with his Lord Liege when he goes to speak today. He must be at his side, as he had committed to returning back to the fold in our conversation yesterday. And I kind of sit up in the saddle as I can see the last little bit of the crescent moon disappearing.
Yeah, it's only maybe like 6:30 in the morning, and you have till midday before Weswell meets the alderman on the fields.
I say I will, I and my apprentices will make haste as much as we can, and hopefully return before Weswell leaves for his combo.
Okay. And you see, before you ride off and kick the horse to ride off, you see Dar approach your father, and you see him gesturing toward the beast, and you see your father nodding, and they shake hands, and you, as you ride off with with Marcus and Rolf, you see the dogs following your father as he moves through the camp and helping them throw their stuff in wagons and load their stuff up. And
Get off my lawn!
You see Dar with a giant, he pulls over his hammer and an axe, and you see him. They start to, unfortunately, only way to move this thing is to dismember it. As they begin the process, he and John of dismembering it, and they're all headed toward Dredgewater proper, right? So they'll be headed south, east from here, right? South, west from here.
Yeah.
And of course, you'll be headed off into the North Woods. So Vidar and Ethelwald, what are you doing as Sai heads to investigate these rumors in the western heavy lands, right? The heavy forest, excuse me.
Yeah. Well, I would, at this point, after having maybe gathered my breath a little bit and seen, really been able to take in the damage to the property, I would struggle up to my feet, and I would be looking around for Sylvester's father. Did you say his name was Lucian? What's his name?
Max. I thought it was Maximus, wasn't it?
Leto?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Maximus.
Yeah, wasn't it Maximus?
Maximus. Okay, all right, Maximus. So I would look to him, and then I would approach him, and I would say, "I'm truly sorry for what happened here today. I feel shame in the part that I played in this, but if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. I don't have much, but maybe after all this conflict is settled, perhaps I can be of assistance to you in some way."
He thinks you. No, you are a man of God. I have seen much of your quality and of what you are doing. I have heard of what you've done. What I ask of you is that you must put all your efforts into ending this chaos of the Washburns, and you must remove that false prophet Falcone. That's what I would ask of you. And so that he basically puts a hand on your shoulder and nods. You can see now the bright light of morning. He's older than you realized last night in the darkness of his home under candlelight. You see the wrinkles and the gray. You see he's older than you realized. He carries himself younger.
Yeah.
But today, the weight of this stress is evident on his brow, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure he knows that's going to be one heck of an insurance claim. So, he's probably got a lot of paperwork involved. But yeah,
he asks only that you bless his next stock of the great wolfhounds. Say a prayer over the future of our stock, as it is what we are known of, and many depend upon what we do.
Yeah. And I would nod and I would say, I will say a prayer for you and your line, both your human and your animals, so that you will find prosperity for many years, and you trust in the Lord, and he will take care of you.
And he bows and crosses himself, and then he turns toward Dar and basically barks at him, "Hurry with that, get them out!" And he walks off to help. And you see him rather feebly now. Again, you're realizing now more so than you did in the past that he's not near as able as you thought last night, as he tries to grab up one of these legs and drag it off, away from his house. As Dar, and John help him remove this carcass. Did you want to salvage the head or anything, or is there anything you wanted to do with that?
Well, I think at this point, I would defer obviously to like Vidar and whatever on this, but I probably wouldn't say anything at this point. But it would definitely be weighing on me, because my concern is that even though collectively we witnessed what happened here and what this creature was, as far as the Christians of Dredgewater are concerned, these are still, just damn dirty pagans that are causing problems, right? And I'm an outsider, so thinking of the political ramifications, perhaps showing that we had taken down this creature could have real world benefit to us. But I feel like maybe I'm not in much condition to say that out loud. Okay. Yeah.
I would suggest why I'd mentioned the drinking out of the skull is just historically Vikings would make like a trophied enemy a drinking goblet from the skull. So I would, that's why I mentioned it to Dar. So I would, whether he takes me up on that, he might be.
Yeah, Dar may have plans for it, but I was just curious if any of you wanted to. Yeah.
So
that's
one way
why
or
I'm
another,
backed
you
off.
hope it.
It's
You'll
like,
take it as a trophy, and then it could end up being a benefit. Okay, nice.
So
Yeah,
I will say,
yeah.
Sai, before,
should take it as a
before you
trophy.
write off, Sai, I need you to make a luck check for John.
That's a 7.
Okay. You hear, as you're trotting away with your companions, you hear John call. And he kind of chases you out to the horse.
Pull up on the reins.
Yeah, and he says to you, this may sound. He said, "I'm almost ashamed to say so, but have you looked at this creature, Sylvester?"
Only from its back.
He says, I say this with reservation, but it's there are facial features eerily resemble the Washburn, Lord Washburn.
I turn the horse and I will, make my way through the crowd on horseback up and take a look for myself to see what this thing is. Okay. Since I never did actually get a good look at it from the front. And
as you approach, Dar is at just about ready to, decapitate it. Right, he's flipped the torso over. They've removed the arms and the legs. They've drug him out. They're burying him, and he's about to go to work. And as you approach, let's make a mind check as you investigate.
Oh shit!
This
that's my one shitty stat.
I know. I keep having to make these body checks, right? And you all have to make the mind and spirit checks. It's like something's wrong here.
That's a 3.
Although, and John walks up to you and says, "Am I crazy?" You see, it's tough to imagine, but okay, there might be some semblance of, but it's a grotesquely large head, deformed. One of the eyes is, he's obviously very difficult for you to see what John is. He kind of points out with a finger. Do you not see a resemblance? At best, maybe you could see there are features of a type, but ultimately you think maybe John is seeing things. He's a little crazy. It doesn't look near like John thinks it does, like Lord Washburn.
Yeah, I am not so sure, John. But if you have suspicions, I would implore you to rely on your spy that you have in the castle. Find out whatever you can. And I'm kind of, turning the horse again to kind of get another good look at the face from another view. I'm giving it my all to piece together what he sees.
Right.
But I'm still shaking my head.
Right. It because of the giant size of his head.
Yeah.
It's deformation.
And then, yeah.
You're having trouble seeing the resemblance. But John clearly tried to point out features, and he just nods and says, "Yes, I will. That is a great point. I will do that when we get back to Dredgewater." And then he turns back to aid Dar in removing this carcass. Okay, Vidar, anything else you guys want to say to each other before because we're gonna have to split the party with some of this, right? I mean, where's Vidar and Brother Ethelwald going? I know Sai is going with his soldiers to investigate the woods.
To investigate the woods. If they're heading off that way, is that the main bulk of the party?
No, it's just me, Rolf, and Marcus, the 2 apprentices.
Right.
Okay, I would stop and see you almost hesitantly, like you're walking away from us, So it's almost like I have to at that moment let you go and do what you want instead of immediately follow you. And then I turn to Brother Ethelwald. I've already pledged my mace and my strength toward what his thing is. So I look at him, and then I motion toward town where the main body's headed, because I know that they have that meeting at 12. We got to rescue Henry.
Yeah, and I would say, Vidar, you have seen today that if Christians and pagans come together and work together, they can rid the land of the true evil and destruction that plagues it. I believe that the young Lord Washburn, should he be able to succeed today, well, perhaps he might hold similar views and be able to help cleanse this land of whatever dark plague has fallen upon it. And I think that he will also perhaps be able to aid in my need to get my young Ward Henry back. Let us go to him and tell him of what happened today here and aid him in what way we can.
We are indeed stronger together than apart. And then you see me kind of glance towards Sylvester, unknowingly, saying that because he's been an example of cohesiveness. And then, I don't give a part on that. I know not where Sylvester goes, but yeah, I'm sure he hasn't abandoned us yet. And then I turn and start to follow the train of troops heading toward Dredgewater.
Yeah, and I imagine I would be kind of like whether I would maybe hold out my arm or something so that you could kind of help me.
I'll stay.
Yeah, I would think even beyond the shoulder injury, I think my leg got a little bit messed up too. And so I'm kind of limping along and wincing, but I would kind of, as Sylvester is sort of riding off and noticing, you looking at him or whatever, and I would say, God doesn't always reveal what his plans are, but he always has plans for some. I suspect we will see Sylvester again soon enough.
Aye. And then I'll step with you, shouldering you.
Okay. Cool.
All right. So, Sylvester, tell me how you're going about your travels and your investigation here in the woods.
So we know that this thing would have made a pretty sizable path.
Right.
Coming, out of the woods. So once we get to...
Now, he came from the east. The rumors of the VIP is west in the woods.
Yeah.
So his tracks lead east, from the east, I should say.
Okay. So we're going to kind of follow the path that he had made a little bit, across the open field towards the house. And then we're going to start to veer towards the direction where the VIP... quote unquote, may have been located. Knowing this kind of area here and imagining, if someone is coming from that direction, the easiest routes through the forest from that side of the forested area, because this is still within their domain, right? The Washburn's domain.
Correct.
So
right,
I would have been in this
beginning of the dark forest.
Yeah,
your family resides only a few miles from where the border ends, and but yes, this would be east would be less woodland for sure. West would be deeper woodland, and north would be the most wooded.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
So I mean, this would be an area that I'm somewhat familiar with, having been given orders to range in that area. We're going to get into the forested area. What we'll do is we'll make a search for probably within a few yards inside the forested area.
Right.
There would be a ground dugout.
Right.
A small encampment enough for 3 people to, tightly huddle inside this dugout roofed area. This is where we're going to leave the horses at, and then we're going to make our way into the woods, kind of towards a pathway that I know if you're coming from the opposite side of the woods, that it would be fairly easy to get to us.
Right.
Now, we don't know if it's a large group of people or if it's 1 or 2 people.
Okay.
So what we're going to be looking for is any signs as far as scent goes. When we're downwind and the wind is coming towards us, the smell of encampment. So whether that be smoke fire or anything like that, visually, depending on how dense the woods are, since this is winter, or it's going to be pretty open. So we're going to be, definitely looking for signs of, movement.
Right. Right. Okay.
And we'll kind of make a line
almost
with me in the front, a little bit of a like squash triangle.
Gotcha.
They're going to be off a little bit to my right, and Marcus will be a little off to my left, and we'll kind of make our way.
Kind of stalking from tree to tree.
Yeah.
Okay. The tracks are evident when you first follow out the tracks. It's evident that they did come from the east. You follow them as far as you can east before veering off, but not before you encounter some of its destruction. Trees sundered. You come across a small campfire, bodies strewn about. They appear to be pagan refugees that have turned to highway robbery. As you've come across some of the camp, there's about 4 bodies. This creature clearly came through here, waylaid, left their broken bodies, their camp. They've been perpetrating some, because there is their baggage scattered everywhere. You see evidence of some valuables, things that they've clearly absconded or stolen from people they've raided. So the creature came through here, and you can see evidence of its work previously. But at that point, it continues on, I would say, northeastern, where it would get into the deeper woodlands outside of the Dredge County property before you park your horses, and you make sure you've created your what do you call it?
No, this would be like a little pre-established.
Yes, right. A place
dug out
kind
of
a hunting blind, like a hunting blind.
Yeah, like a hunting blind.
Yeah. And then as you work through the forest, let's make a couple of things. We're going to make a luck check first.
That is
bonus of your 2 companions, so +2 for your 2 companions.
That is a 7.
Okay. Rolf gives the Rolf's the first one to give you the telltale whistle that you've already agreed, or tick, or whatever noise you've agreed.
Hoot twice like a barn owl?
Yeah, something like that, right? Yes. He gets your attention, and he points almost directly northwest, and you can see now a smoke from a camp burning up through the trees. You can see just the edges of a fairly large camp. They have actually deforested some of the larger trees. They've got 2 or 3 tents up, and you can see as you get closer from tree to tree, it's a pretty good sized camp. Kind of a surprise, and you didn't spot any evidence of this over your 2 weeks in which you were investigating Jarek and you were investigating Mort. But again, it's been 2 weeks that you've traveled all around the county doing your pre-war work. But this is a fairly large group. As you get closer, you can identify that they are wearing the kit, the heraldry of King Albert of the North, of Northich.
Really?
He is King Alfred Osbert of Northich, England. That's the kit they're wearing, their gear.
Holy shit. Okay.
A beautiful purple tent with gold sash is erected in the middle of this. Hate to say it, but as a soldier, no doubt this is an army. Hard to count right now how many heads or how many tents, but this is not a small entourage.
Okay.
The center tent is large, gold lacing, gold fray, purple. It is the tent of a administrator or an official, most likely. They have guards, walking on duty. They have They have soldiers working. You can see as you get closer that they have waylaid the trees to make some clearing, but fresh. Only in the last 3 days or so have they cut down some of these trees.
Okay.
So they probably have only been here 3 or 4 days at most. Most of it seems to be as if they've done it to clear for tents, horses. That's what you can spy before, of course, you make yourself known. Or not known. It's up to you.
Well, no, since I recognize, what's the relationship between the Washburns and Albrecht?
There is certainly peace between your king in London, but for the north is for him to be in the lands of your king in London is definitely unbeknownst, at least to you. There's never
troubling would be an understatement,
right? That it's
Yeah.
You're not at war. There's not been hostilities, but for him to be down, I shouldn't say him. He may not be, but for his entourage, his army to be here in the lands of Dredge County, something is certainly, amiss.
Okay, so I will wave Rolf and Marcus in. We'll find a trek, like a deer run that we can walk up towards the camp. Once we get to a point where I know that the guards can see us and we can see them, we're going to, I tell Rolf and Marcus, I said, we're just going to have to trust that they're not here as aggressors. And we're going to approach with bows overhead. Okay.
And you're wearing your
I am.
kit,
Yeah, I am
right?
wearing my
Your
Washburn
soldier's
kit.
garb, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So as we approach, we've got our bows are up overhead, and
Gotcha.
Yell out "Ho the camp!"
Okay.
As we kind of make our way up.
Okay. I'm gonna fade.
Yeah, go ahead.
And go to the other two. So as you two travel down the road, it's not far. I mean, you're only a few miles from Dredge proper, right? From the Sylvester's home. The entourage, you can see the Daedran camp, right, from this old Empire Road to the east, and it's bigger now in the early morning light that you recall yesterday, right? When you pass through here, you realize the camp. Maybe it's grown in the last 24 hours, but it's bigger. It's a bigger camp than you recalled yesterday. You can see, of course, in Dredgewater proper, the palisade up on the hill appears to be in the same condition it was, as you still see the pikes, the pagan heads on pikes around the palisade walls. You see the guards on the walls. You can see the Dredgewater Downs crossroads, where the abandoned Dredgewater Arms, where Martin used to reside as the proprietor there, and the little chapel. You noticed this, Ethelwald. The little chapel that's at that crossroads has been burned to the ground, the Christian chapel there. And you don't recall, you wouldn't have known when or how that happened, but you didn't notice it yesterday. You certainly noticed it today coming from this direction down to Dredgewater. You can see the 15 or 30 odd individuals that are working around Dredgewater, following the orders of Wesweld yesterday, which was to remove the bodies of those that have been strung up. I want all of these people to be properly buried. He gave these orders. You can see them all hustling and bustling around Dredgewater. No sign of Wesweld, though, as your entourage rolls down, basically right into the center of the town. You can see some of the soldiers, about 15 of the soldiers doing work, and then some of the pagans that you converted that have become allies here of Wesweld, Ethelweld, the work you did blessing and converting some of these, baptizing, so to speak, some of these individuals yesterday. So you're starting to recognize some of these guys. They greet you, of course. They greet Dar and John with handshakes. They're happy to see Dar and John back. John, many of the soldiers approach John as if he's still in command, which might be a bit surprising to both of you to see that maybe they don't recognize, or maybe they don't know John abandon his post. But the soldiers don't treat John as if he's a traitor. Okay.
Okay. I think
I'm walking
go
still. I'm still shouldering you, but I'm letting you, as we pause and take all this in, I'm letting you, I got to glance at you and look over toward, I'm looking for the young Lord,
Yeah.
I think you want to speak with him, basically.
Yeah, and I would perhaps like motion one of the somebody over, whether it was one of his entourage or whoever, and inquire, where is the Lord Westweld? I need to speak with him.
They look at you and defer to your holiness, and they wave. Oh, he is in the Blackleaf Inn, where he resides and conducts business. And they point. Feel free to go in, as they point out the Blackleaf Inn, which used to be the locals bar and tavern. It's the cheaper of the. It's right smack in the middle of the town. It's right at the crossroads of the center of town. It's kind of the blue collar, establishment for the peasants, etc. Jules, it is Jules' establishment, or it was until he was punished and left. But he's picked it obviously because it's right down the road from the Palisade gates, right?
Sure.
It's the central location.
I'll shoulder you down the planks, and careful where your stepfather, and we'll walk along the planks until I get you there.
There's one or two guards at the front door. They know you, Ethelweld, and they just nod, and they make no sign that they're going to stop you, talk to you, halt you. I mean, you can just walk right in to the Blackleaf Inn.
Which we do. Yeah.
As you enter, your eyes adjust as it is shuttered. You see Westweld over in the corner, armor off. He's in a just a normal cloak or normal clothes. He is shuffling around a table in which he's made a makeshift pile of notes and maybe a map that he's got out on the table. As he sees you enter, he jumps up and he comes over, hands up. Oh, Brother Ethelweld, it's as if God knew I needed the counsel of somebody, my senior, and he welcomes you immediately with a handshake. And he glances at Dar and just nods. He obviously, not Dar, Vidar. He doesn't really know Vidar very well, but and he immediately sees you're in distress. And you look. I mean, your face caked with mud, dried mud, covered. And he snaps and barks for attendants to bring you wine and some food.
I'll pull a chair over and
please sit. I'm sorry. What was that, Dale?
I'll pull a chair over and release Ethelwald into it.
They slide a hunk of chicken or lamb in front of you with some bread and wine, and he sits again. He's 17 years old, but his countenance changed quite a bit. You didn't know him that well prior, Brother Ethelwald. Of course, Vidar's probably never seen him other than about town or something. But he's definitely taken charge. He's but it's. As you look him over and you look over his mess on his table and what he's trying to make sense of this, he's a boy. He's a 17-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I took a step back and I'll turn as they begin talking and walk to the door and just look out down the thing and peer off in the distance and see if there's any kind of movements or anything on that ridge. It looks like an amassing of attack as they're talking. But that's what I mean.
You're keeping an eye on the camp. Okay.
That's basically.
Gotcha. He scoots his chair over to you and he pushes your plate of food to you. Ethelweld, please eat. Where is Sylvester and where is I really need. Within a few hours here we will be meeting the alderman. He's nervous. Clearly, wants He wants some counsel. He knows Sylvester fairly well. Sylvester empowered him to kind of take charge. So you can see he searches your face for answers. What has happened to you? Where is Sylvester?
And I would take a small sip of the wine, but then I would push the plate away, realizing the Lord's distress, right? And there's no time for food. And so I would look to him and I would say, everything will be as God planned, my young Lord Aethelwald. Do not let this stress you. Believe me, Sylvester is just doing what God has commanded him, and he knows the importance of this meeting. He will be here if he can, but I must tell you what we witnessed today, and perhaps it will embolden you in your quest to come. And then I would relay kind of, this monster coming in and how, Sylvester the pagan and Vidar and these men formed and worked together, trying to tell it with as much sort of eloquence and really to pump him up and to make him feel better, right, as possible, but not embellishing, right, just telling the true account and how
David
further
Goliath,
miracles
right.
were performed that allowed us to overcome this. And I said, if 15 men could overcome a giant beast from hell through God's good grace, then you, who I believe is the favored son, will surely be able to prevail and to lead your holdings and your land to prosperity and to victory. But I will provide any counsel that I can. But I must say, though, that I'm not a man of military knowledge. But hopefully it won't come to that.
He listens to everything you say. You actually see his countenance as you describe this creature. Kind of goes a little pale. As he's imagining this horror, which he cannot. But as you tell him of Vidar and Dar and Sylvester and them wailing this creature within seconds, your command of God working his miracles, he peps up. Let's make a prestige check, adding prestige, sir, to this check. You're going to need an 8 or better.
Well, I rolled a natural 12.
Nice.
And my prestige is 3, so.
Wow, fantastic. That empowers him. He stands, he goes over. Vidar, you are intently watching the ridge, kind of surprised as Weswell puts a hand on your back and whispers, "I want to thank you for your work on our behalf." You're
muted, Del.
You're muted.
Well, I'd say right before that, I would have looked over the 2 guards is what I had in mind and said, upon the ridge, it looks like the army swells. What have you seen? What do you know?
Okay.
See if I can get any information out of him.
So one of the guards moseys over to you, eyeballing your wine and your food, kind of hinting that he would like a bite or a drink of your wine, as he nonchalantly, informally approaches you, as you've inquired.
Yeah, I'm a lot more generous than I used to be, so I nod.
Yeah, he greedily he looks over at Weswell to make sure he's occupied with Ethelwald, and he greedily takes a bite of the chicken leg and a gulp of your wine, wipes his as it dribbles down his chin. There have been more pagans and refugees have joined that camp in the last day or so. I don't believe the army is swelled anymore, but we have watched many of the pagans and refugees join that camp over the last few hours.
We have driven out the pagans, perhaps to our undoing. And I'm kind of saying it to myself in reflection. And that's about all I say. And I'll glance over at in about this time, maybe the young lord could lay his hand on my shoulder at that time.
Yeah, and as he sees Wesweld coming, he says, "But we have seen something strange in River Dredge." And he says this kind of quickly as he's turning away as Wesweld's approaching. He wants to get back to his post, and he says, "We have seen many bodies floating the River Dredge," and he nods in the direction of River Dredge in the last 4 or 5 hours of the morning. We've read reports of many bodies floating in the river. And then
I wince a little bit, yeah.
And then he steps away before Wesweld approaches. You feel the hand on your back as Wesweld says, "I would like to thank you, Vidar, for your help in this. And I look for you to be a important player in the future of what may transpire here in the next few days."
I turned to, my mind had just been shifted in information to this young lord, and I turn, and then I take a half step back, and then I reluctantly take a knee, and go ahead and bow my head and say, "My lord." And as he's telling me this,
he makes eye contact with you and makes sure that you understand he's sincere, and then he'll return to Ethelwald, crossing the tavern, and we'll go to Sylvester as you approach with arms in up, and you bark out greetings, which would be standard greetings in the world of England. They nod, they come out, and they say, "Ah, you are Washburn men."
That we are. We had heard that we had visitors in the woods, and as the Lord Washburn's ranger, I am just here to kind of see who our visitors are.
Good.
And I recognize the livery of a powerful liege, and I am glad to see you are in this land.
He's kind of surprised that you're glad to see him, but he nods back toward and he says, "The Justicar will be glad to speak to someone who can deliver messages." And he points you on, and then he yells ahead the name of a soldier there at the tent. "Let the Justicar know Washburn's men are here." And you see him pull back the tent. As you approach, they look at you and nod. As if you want to, you can duck in.
Before we duck in,
right.
And even though they're kind of, they seem to be just passing us through, out of respect for King Albrecht's representative, I will, stop my 2 apprentices, tell them to wait here, and I will take out my dagger. I take off my sword. I hand them my bow.
Okay, perfect.
So that they obviously know that I am here in peace.
Okay.
So, and then duck in and go inside the tent.
They take it naturally and nod. Again, they pull back the tent for you to enter. You hear him lean in right before you get close enough, and he says, "Lord, there is a Washburn man here." And he steps up and aside, holding back the tent. As you step in into the darkness, you see there are lamps lit, candles lit. There is I won't say a throne, but there is a a Roman chair, so to speak, here. There is a man behind a large table, beautiful table. This clearly was brought in on a wagon. He has comfortable arrangements. I mean, he's got a bed, with a straw bed probably here. He's got blankets. He's got chests. He is garbed in elegant robes. You see a large ring on his finger. He does not wear anything about his head, no crown, nothing like that. He stands as you enter, and he says, and he comes around the table, reaching a palm, his hand out in a gesture of, a shake, and he says, "I am Justicar Aegis Alexandros. I am here on behalf of King Albert Osbert. Come in, sit." His name is Aegis Alexandros. Justicar Aegis Alexandros.
Okay. I introduced myself as I am Sylvester Deusdedit. I am Washburn's Ranger.
Let's make a, this is interesting, make a luck check for me.
That would be a 10.
Deusdedit. He smiles. He's probably 7 years younger than your father. He says, Maximilian Deusdedit, your father?
I smile and say, yes, the very same.
Ah, have a seat. Your father and I fought the Irish long time ago, shoulder to shoulder. We drew blood together against the Irish invasion. Sit. It is a pleasure. Are you still raising the great wolfhounds, the Irish wolfhounds?
My family still does, for the Washburn's family and those beyond who wish to come and have them.
Do you know your father, where he first got the idea from the Irish? He stole pups. I was with him when we grabbed those first pups. He's become renowned here in England for his wolfhounds. And he offers you a drink. An attendant brings drink and bread, cheese. Sit, eat. Then he walks around his beautiful wooden desk and sits down across from you on the other side of the desk.
Mm-hmm. I will of course sit, but I say, well, should let us break bread together. And I, kind of looking him over and looking around the tent, am I seeing any sign that this man is a Christian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Christian. He has the iconography hanging above his, not wearing anything obvious around his neck or anything, but he is definitely, you get that sense. He is well groomed, fastidious, elegant in his movements. He is definitely a man of the city. This is probably, he's tried to make this as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And again, he's about 7 years 7 years younger than your father, but he's a little healthier and fitter maybe than your father.
Okay.
Right.
So as I'm breaking bread and I'm handing him, a piece to share with him, I say that, my father's, the war was not good to my father, and he is no longer in fighting condition, but he has found time to take care and tend to the hounds and train them well. And I have done my bit to learn as a good son. And we have taken those hounds and ranged them far. And
I must get some of the breed stock while I'm here. If your father's close, I want to see him before I return to Northwich. But it is grave business that brings me here, Deusdedit.
Then waste no time.
It is sad fact that we have not been able to send word that we were coming, but the king has sent me. We have heard rumor of Lord Washburn's inability to feed his people and the atrocities he's committed against his own civilians. Northwich very much would like to peacefully take control of this land. But to do so, we will have to remove Washburn. Are you capable in any way of expressing our wishes? I know, of course, we speak against your lord, so you are not going to accept this easily. But we are here to find out if there's truth in these rumors, and if there are, well then he will have to give up control. I may be the steward of Dredge. I may be here staying for a long time, if indeed this is the case. It is providence that I would meet a Deusdedit for my first conversation here in the county.
Then I will impart to you that with the weight of my father's name and in all its earnesty, that it is not a very happy tale. And I explain about the famine, and I explain about finding the cart from Lord Mort and bringing it to the town, and the state of Washburn's faculties, and the plight of the pagans, and the conflict with the Christians, and the state that we are in now. I ask him, do you have a map?
Of course. He stands. Which map would you need? As he looks at scrolls.
If you have a map of if you know our region well,
Yeah,
which I'm sure you do, and I kind of smile.
He pulls it out and unfurls it. He sets
I show him where on the map. I say, Von Mort has fortified this northern border along our southern edge of Dredge.
An ancient enemy of your lord, if I remember rightly.
He has men, mercenaries, and pagan refugees who have taken up with him. To the best of my knowledge, there's a man there named Jarek, who is reputed to be a pagan druid. There is also camped somewhere along the northwesterly edge and western shore of the River Dredge a Viking and his army. They appear to be waiting out the winter, which will soon come.
Why has this been allowed to manifest itself?
The Lord Washburn's mental state, and I suspect some other influence, has debilitated Washburn. If you speak with John or any other of his vassals, they may confer this. I can say that Westwald, his son, is of a calmer mind and demeanor, and has done his best to stop what his father has begun. Although I think, as I've said, he is under outside influence.
The young heir apparent.
Yes.
Yes, I reckon he is ill prepared for the job, sounding as if Lord Washburn was not doing the job well himself. What is the demeanor of the aldermen here in the county? Do you know their demeanor toward Lord Washburn?
Not all are with him. Some are against him. Some have aligned themselves with the pagans as a result of the pogrom which has happened. Dredge being a land of turmoil right now, and I kind of hang my head.
Make a mind check here, sir, with that.
That's an 11, actually, just straight up, because I have a mind 0.
You spot as you say this, as you readily provide evidence of his weakness, a smile breaks across, just a slight smile as his eyes dilate. You pick up this subtle, literally on the stating that they are weak, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you believe if we called the Witten that the aldermen would rightly denounce his rule and place a steward in his stead?
Someone outside the boundaries of the kingdom?
He smiles as well. It would be yours truly, as I have been sent here by King Osbert.
But wouldn't that constitute an invasion of our king's land?
With that, he furrows his brow. Well, Sylvester, you are indeed a smart man.
I smile. I say, the Deusdedits are a family with a warlike history. We are descended from the Romani.
There need not be war between us. You could well swear your loyalty to myself, therefore our king, and we can save Dredge County and the future of the Dredge residents. They will just fly under another banner. You would look most becoming in the blue and gold of King Albert's kit.
I kind of put my I put the food down on the table, and I had hoped that this would not be the case. I would still hope that you would speak with my father. Maybe maybe my father would be better for you to speak to. I feel as though the young Lord Washburn Westweld is a capable leader. He may be young. He could be influenced, but he would make a better ally than a better prisoner.
Tell me who is his guide? If his mother, his
No.
father?
Currently, to the best of my knowledge now, the young lord has taken up residence outside the palisade, as his mother has. They have walled themselves off inside their own palisades. They are in there with who I believe may be the person who is a source of the problem. John, our captain of the guard, is now at his side and has returned to help him understand and right the ways and get the land back under control. Many of the people that I have long served with know and respect John as a leader, and they have high respect for Westweld. I do not think that it would go well on either side. And I look at him and say, a peaceful takeover would be easier to transition to than a hostile one.
He breathes out heavily. It is worse than the rumors tell. Then they have barricaded themselves in their manse and leave the boy to rule from the streets. Peaceful is, of course, our way. That is why I'm here. We would like this to be a legal action. We would like to call the Witten, and we would like to hear what all the aldermen say, and we would like for them to make the right decision in appointing me steward of Dredge. But we certainly would call the Witten before we act in haste. We are here, of course, to benefit and to stabilize the region.
Okay. I shake my head and, kind of nodding yes, and say, just not more than an hour's ride from the edge of the forest is your old friend, my father.
Then I will go. I will see your father. I would love to see him again as we fought off the Irish invasion together. And
maybe my father might have a tale to tell to you of our most recent endeavor that may shed other light on what is happening in Dredge. I say there are fouler beasts than men that are walking this land now. But my father can tell you of that.
So Dredge has fallen to the very bottom. Yes. Then I have arrived just in time.
If you would like, you can ride with us.
I must first send correspondence to the king, and I must prepare before I journey. But you are certainly at leave to go. Take food and wine to your soldiers. Feel free. And we will talk again. If you do see your father before I see him, let him know I will see him. And
okay.
If you have the power to order the Wiccan, or to at least alert the aldermen in the region to the needed Witten, it would be beneficial that it come from you instead of my men.
This is true. I say, if I, by your leave, and I thank you for the food and wine.
And he makes sure that attendants present you with bread and cheese and a flask of wine on your way out. And you hear him bark some name as an attendant from the shadows comes to him, and he begins to scribble.
Okay.
And you hear him call for another soldier who quickly comes up. He is garbed clearly in light gear with a horse. He's probably the messenger that he will be sending correspondence to the king. So you see him, you pass him as he's coming up. As you approach the guards out near the edge of the camp, they present you with your weapons and your gear. Marcus and Rolf make eye contact but keep their mouths shut. As you turn to head away, if you do, I don't know if that's what you want to do.
We're making our way.
Make a quick intelligence check for me at a level of 10.
It's a 9.
Okay. That's okay. You're able to glean that he does indeed have a pretty big camp here, and he appears to be mostly surrounded by soldiers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But aside from that, you don't get any other logistics. You can't really count heads. You don't get enough tents.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt this is an army, and but that's really all you can glean. Rolf whispers to you as you walk off. That chap there tells me they are here to rule. Tell me this is not so, Sylvester. What is going on?
I kind of, as I'm putting, a piece of bread to my mouth, I kind of, give him the signal, not here. And once we're out of the camp, I basically tell him that we need to ride with all haste, that, this may look like a flag of peace. It may look like a flag of truce and well-meaning, but this is an invasion.
Where are you riding to before we get back to Ethelwald?
Once we get to the horses, we'll make speed to the house. I will tell Maximus, who is in the woods, that he may be visited. If he wants to stay here, he can stay here, but this does not look like...
Okay. Maximus grabs you at some point as you tell him this and you would be leaving. He grabs you and pulls you close. He said, that is a vile and wretched man. Yes, I remember him. And if he's bringing with him King Albert Osbert, it is not... It is... I fear for Dredge County. He pulls you in close. Again, you now see your father. You see he's stooped a little shorter than you can ever remember, more wrinkled, not as much life in his eyes. He's got a few cataracts.
Yeah.
He trembles and shakes a little bit, and he tells you, "It is a sad day for me, son, that this is where we are, and I can't trust that your soul is saved. But maybe we can save this county."
I kiss him on his forehead, and I say, "I love you, and I love you, my father, and I love you, my mother, and I love my mother in heaven." But
Then let's hope this ends well, and you have time still, son. You have time still. I will gather. He looks at you and says, "I will not wait for this man to come visit me. My memories of him during the war and post-war and the vile atrocities that he would commit against our Irish enemies, I am not going to be here for him." So he says, "If I will take the hounds and I will take the horse and I will head for Howardtown east."
okay.
So you
All right.
know where I'm going.
Uh,
And now Dar and John are still actually they finished with the body and they went with Ethelwald. So your father here is basically here alone, right?
Okay, so I turn to Rolf and Marcus, and I say that this is a direct order from me, not from your liege, that you will take my father to Howardtown.
They both nod, and they shake your hand and they say, "We will take care of your father. Have no doubt. Your father tells you to take Maya and Barbara with you. They will be more use to you now as things. These dogs will be of more use to you now. I have these two men. And they hastily help him pack up a wagon with horses, livestock, and the dogs. And they begin to head east before you leave.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
As you ride away from your family home, it sits empty. Evidence of camps, evidence of the attack tonight, as your father now ultimately becomes a refugee from Dredge County. All right. So we'll go. You're riding now toward Dredge proper?
Yeah. Once all that's taken care of, and I know that Rolf and Marcus can take care of my father, I will, make my way to Dredge as quickly as possible.
Okay.
My last recollection of where Westworld was at the Black Leaf Inn. I remember that.
That's right. Yeah, because he stormed off and went in the rain after he issued orders. That was,
Okay.
It doesn't take you long to get there on horseback, by yourself, full speed, dogs in tow. You arrive. It's close to. You maybe have an hour or so before the meeting with Daedrin. You can see much movement as you ride down the Old Empire Road toward, and you come over the hills and you see their camp. You do recognize it's also taken on a few more people and tents since you recall yesterday. There's a lot more activity as you can see them circling the horses. You can see that they are preparing to meet in the previously allotted location for the meeting, which is equidistant from both Dredgewater proper and this camp, just on the hills there outside of the crossroads of Dredgewater. You can see there's some activity. The camp is alive. They don't appear to be preparing for any kind of assault or anything, but they're up and about. They're doing much. But the camp has grown. There's fires burning. There is much going on. You can see there's many peasants, pagans, women, children. It's not just a camp of soldiers, right?
Okay.
And of course, almost all of them would have been your countrymen. This was the fjord you were supposed to raid, or John was supposed to raid. The alderman obviously raised it against Washburn. So you know these are your countrymen that Daedrin is leading.
Okay.
Okay.
So as I'm arriving at Blackleaf Inn, do I see Vidar, Brother Aethelwald, John?
Yeah,
I'm especially...
You can see them all. Dar, John, they're all out and about doing work. Weswell, go ahead. Sorry, Vidar.
I wanted to after.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know the time aspect, but I did want to after the young Westwell spoke to me. I wanted to let Brother Ethelwald know that I would return briefly, but I had to check on something, and I wanted to walk down the planks to the river. Dredge and peer down and see what he meant by the bodies. And try to get some identification on this.
Yeah,
what exactly.
So as you approach the water, and indeed, there are lots of bodies in the river, and they have floated up. This river runs south, so they floated down because this runs south, which would take you to the Thames, which would take you to London. So they're floating south from obviously north. Make a mind check for me here.
6.
It's hard to say how many bodies because some of them are floating along the edges of the banks on both sides. A quick head count tells you it's more than 50 here. And who knows if these guys showed up 4 hours ago floating along the river, who knows how many have already floated on down south. But there are 50 caught in the reeds and the banks, among the boats and the docks. They appear to be, well, they don't appear,
I wade into the reeds a little bit to pull one up to see if I can see just what I'm looking at.
Okay, as you do, and you flip him over, it is a pagan. It's a Viking. These guys are you recognize as you were once.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
This is not a pagan Englander. This is a Viking. And as you look about, step up and maybe stride over a couple of steps. There's another one and another. These are Vikings floating in the river.
Well, I know they were probably wintering downstream, as I would have been privy to that, the location or whatever like that. Does any of them appear to be, the cause of death, not just drowning, but some kind of,
No, there is no markings, no wounds. They are frozen. They're cold, so they haven't yet started rotting.
Yeah.
They are definitely, as you pull this one up and you check it, listen to his chest, whatever you might do to tell he's not breathing. He's definitely dead. But there are no markings, no wounds.
Not bloated, but more
not
freshly
bloated
dead.
like he's been in the river for days. Nope.
And
there's
pretty
probably,
much all the attire
you can guess there's probably 50 or so strewn along the banks and the docks, floating.
Okay. I'm looking for any kind of axes or weaponry or anything that may be laid about.
Yes,
because we could use this.
Yes, yeah. You want to gather up all the gear you can.
Well, I'm gonna grab one and head back to
a body or a weapon.
No, a weapon.
Okay.
And I'll head back down to, and that's probably where I'll be arriving whenever I see that see Sylvester return.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to alert them that there are weaponries and alert them to what I've seen down there on the banks, and we could use this for the invasion that's obviously coming. It's something has happened.
You're telling this to the soldiers, the pagans? Who are you telling?
Oh, when I go out, I'll tell the two
guards.
Tell the two guards if one of them or the nearest person that looks like he's giving orders or somebody like that we could do, and then I want to go inside and approach Brother Aethelwald about it and let him know what happened, and maybe he can, if I see Westwell, I'll approach him. Let him know.
So they bark orders to some of the other men, and they all head on down toward the river, obviously to try to harvest these all they can from these bodies. Okay.
Yeah, any shield or anything.
So, Sai, you're riding up. You see Vidar and Dar in the street with John. You don't see Wesweld in particular. Ethelweld, are you out in town? Or are you with?
No,
Wesweld?
I would have been. Yeah, I'm not really going to be walking about anywhere. So I would imagine I will eat and drink and be there to try to bolster and to counsel Westweld. Yeah.
Okay. Now your injury, there was an attempt to heal your injury. However, that failed. So the injury takes longer than just a little rest. So be aware that unfortunately this is you are compromised longer than just a day's rest, right? Okay.
Yep.
Just so you know. Okay. All right, Sylvester. So you see Vidar walking up from the river with dragging an axe or carrying an axe, talking to the guards, right? You see Dar trying to assemble his blacksmith shack, which has been decimated by the pagan. They burned his shack to the ground, so he's going through his blacksmith hut, right, trying to salvage equipment and tools. John is he's not engaged in any particular endeavor. He might be resting, he might be sitting, he might be talking to some of his former soldiers, but he has positioned himself across the way from the Blackleaf Inn. He's not really in front of the Blackleaf Inn or anything.
Okay, right? So I'm coming in to Dredgewater riding hard.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to get here as quickly as possible, and as soon as I can see,
right.
Well, and as soon as I see Vidar dragging what looks like a Viking axe, that's a little weird. And I see Dar, I'm yelling to the inn, everyone to the inn. And, I see John, and if John's not moving, I yell in his direction, to the inn.
Yeah.
And
they all see you. They're up on their feet. They can see your haste. So they literally come to meet you and into the inn.
Yeah, and just go into the inn. And as John's coming up, I grab him by the shoulder and have him in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm bringing him into the inn with me, and I'm whispering into the ear. I said, this is why you are here. What we were about to talk about is why you are here and why you are the captain of the guard.
Let's make a prestige check right there.
Why you must take control.
Prestige. 9 is your difficulty?
Adding my prestige?
Yeah.
That's a 14.
Whoo!
My prestige is... Yeah.
He stops. He tries to fight you a bit, turns to you. He has...
I'm sorry, that's a 13. My bad.
There is authentic sorrow in his eyes. You can tell he regrets the actions he took. At the same time, he didn't. I mean, you can see he has lost a bit of his own nerve. But as you speak to him, he straightens up and he says, "Yes, I know the boy. I've been in the boy's life. I will do right by Washburn. It just won't be Washburn the elder." And he says, "How do I look?" And he straightens himself. He's not wearing his kit. He's abandoned the Washburn kit. He adjusts his sword and he says, "Do you think the boy will listen to me?"
I'm sure the boy will listen to you. He knows you. He knows how you've served his father. And as I see, these men are all coming in, and we're making our way towards, Westweld.
Right. He looks a bit shocked as this mass of people come busting in. He stands, kind of, like, what the hell is? Everybody comes in, rushing on him. He stands a little bit surprised. He's reaching back like he may need a weapon. He doesn't know what's happening. As all of you come bursting in on him. He sees you sigh, and he smiles. Sigh, Sylvester, you are back. Thank God. We meet with the Alderman Daedrin in a short time.
Well, yes, we do, and we will need to have a quick and informal conversation, if you forgive me, my lord Westweld. But
speak freely.
I have news that you need to hear. I look down at the mess of papers he has on the table and see his little chicken scratch map, maybe, of what he's got.
And everything on the table is crap that he's scribbled out, like he's been trying to work out the best what to do. None of this is legitimate. This is his stuff.
Yeah, I right. Totally get it. I say you have become a great improviser, my lord. I see that now. And I start pointing at the map and I say, here is where our pagan encampment is. Here is where what was the name? Daedrin.
Yes.
Here's Daedrin. I say, and then I point towards the woods. I say that here is our, more so than the pagans and the trouble with the Christians and what is going on now, this is our biggest threat here. And I look straight at John and say that King Albrecht of Northwich has sent his Justicar, Aegis Alexandros, who my father knows to be a butcher. He has sent him here on a mission to arrest the control of this county away from the Westwold family.
With that, Westweld, you can see it, like it sucks the air out of him. He kind of stumbles back and falls into his chair. What am I to do with this, Sylvester? And he looks at John. He looks at Sylvester. He looks at Brother Ethelweld.
I look at Brother Ethelweld and say, I look at Brother Ethelweld and I say, you as a man of the cloth have seen and how well our people have come together. And this is what needs to happen now. That when we have this meeting today, we need the council of both pagans and Christians to come together. Because if Daedrin thinks that unseating Westwold will be any better than his current conditions, he is sorrowfully mistaken. This man, this Alexandros, who would become the new steward, his boot would be heavier than what you see now. And he calls himself, and I look at Brother Aethwald, a Christian. Until I can see the peace between our peoples can come to bear good fruit, and I look at the young Westwold, and I look at John, and I look at Vidar, because I know Vidar's been kind of, watching me. I cannot lose my own faith. I am not a man of miracles, but I have heard and seen that you are.
There's definitely a troubled look on my face, but I'll stand, through the pain and through the injuries and all that. And I will say, surrounded on all sides by enemies, this is what your father has begot. But you are not him, Lord Aethelwald. You are not him. And nobody will stand for foreign invaders, not in this land. I know of our king in London. He will not stand for this. Lord Daedrin, or Alderman Daedrin, I don't know him. I don't know what his proclivities are. I don't know his loyalty. But I do know that most of the men that are under him are men of Dredgewater. They're not Daedrin's men. They're your men. They will not take kindly to foreign invaders, even if the alderman perhaps believes that he could curry favor with these new invaders. It is your time, Aethelwald. It is your time to...
It is your time.
It is your time, Weswell, to stand strong and represent your people. Not your father's people, not your mother's people. Your people. And remember, as a Christian, sometimes you will be surrounded with obstacles that you can't even imagine. You can't see the path through. And at that point, all you can do is trust in the Lord that he has a plan and he will see you through. Moses wandered 40 years in the desert before he found the promised land. And David, a young kid, bested Goliath, the impossible foe.
Amen.
We know
that
these
story.
things.
He stands, he looks at John, he looks at Vidar, he looks back at Sylvester.
Okay, Vidar does say when he mentions that about Goliath, and he points in the direction where that is right. We slew the Goliath on the hill, and we were surrounded, but on all sides. And I tug at the axe that I have. The river, my people, and the sea peoples, I know they were encamped down the river wintering, but all of them lay in the river entangled in the reeds without wounds. It seems that Christ himself has stricken them.
Oh, let's make
And yet
let's make a spirit check.
Yeah, we were surrounded on all sides, but now not so much. Okay.
You need a 6 or
That's,
better.
It's 7. Actually.
Okay. Nice. With that too, a prestige point, Vidar, as you have recognized the miracle, and you've brought it to Wesweld, right? Okay. Wesweld with this says, the Vikings dead by an act of God? He smiles. This, again, he's 17. He wears all of his emotions for the world to see, right? He's not yet learned the reserved nature of his... he smiles and he whips back to Dar and John, and he says, "We have but a few minutes. I must be dressed." He calls a soldier and he says, "Here," and you see him ink, and he scribbles down something and rolls it up, and he says, "Ride hard for London. This must be delivered to the king." And he goes, "Go now. Take the best horse." And he sends someone out, and he looks at John. "John, you must kit up." And he points in the corner to Gear, and he says, "John, you must be in our livery and meet me on the field." He says to Ethelwald, "It is best you. Well, I will leave it to you if you think you should be with us at the meeting. If you think if you must rest, I understand. If you must stay behind and rest, Vidar, I would be honored if you would be by my side. But you must take an oath. You must make an oath to me, Vidar. Swear a fealty
Vidar
to me."
drops to his knees, and bows his head. The axe he set it down on the ground, but he kneels with his mace.
Okay. Wesweld delivers an oath, asks you to repeat it back, and then says, "You must appear in our livery." And again, he waves for an attendant to bring you just a tarp. What do you call it?
Tabard.
Thank you.
Tabard.
To wear over
Yeah,
your
like a
whatever
tabard.
you're wearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hands it to you, and it says, "You will be. I will proud to have you with me in this meeting." He orders Dar to rally all troops and deliver. Once he's got all the troops rallied and ready,
All 15 of them?
well, there's 30 total.
30, yeah, okay.
But orders them to be prepared, but they're not coming with us, obviously. And then he tells.
Did you say
what?
Did you say that out loud? Orders the troops. Oh, you didn't say that out loud, did you?
Yes, Wesweld's.
No, I didn't say all 30
Okay.
of them out loud. That was me. That was Sam speaking.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
he also tells Dar, once you have organized and made sure all the men are ready, including the pagans that are loyal to me, that have sworn a fealty to me.
Well, that's
you
that's
need
what
to-
I say. But
Go ahead.
Lord, you must forgive me. But as he said, on the pagans on the hill, your people too, and the king's people.
And he looks at you and smiles beyond his years. And indeed, that is the point I will make to Aldrin Daedrin. They are my people. They are my people.
I quietened up and take a step back, and nod to him.
And he says, "Dar, you must then go to the gates and deliver a message to my family that we will need all soldiers, maybe all soldiers, and they must open those gates and have Falcone retreat to the chapel here in town. We will need his services." Dar nods.
I would, as
Yep.
he says that, I would look up and I would say, "My lord, you do not need the services of Falcone. I will come with you. I will be your spiritual guidance. You have seen Father Falcone has chosen to side with your father and your mother and to do this. It is partly his influence that has caused this situation to be, that has caused me to come here when he should have been the one remedying this situation. And now I'm getting into sermon mode, right? I'm like, the blood's up. And I say, and my lord, I've come here, and when I got here, I saw a mad king and I saw a young boy, and now, or a mad lord and a young boy, and now I stand before you and I see the true lord, the rightful lord of this land. When you go to this meeting with Daedrin, yes, you tell him that those men, those pagans and Christians alike, they are your men, they are the men of Dredgewater, and you do not falter, you do not bow to this man. You demand his loyalty, and you demand it in the sight of and in the name of God. For you, right now, I am telling you You are the chosen lord of this land. God has sent me here. And for a moment I falter, and I don't, if anybody's looking at me, like, they could tell I'm uncomfortable, and I don't, they don't, you might not know if it's because of the injuries or what, but
Right.
but I would say you will not fail if you believe in yourself and in your Lord and your God.
He
And I will be by your side this whole time.
Yes, he says that I would appreciate, and then he waves to an attendant and he says, "But wash your face first and make yourself presentable, as you are. As you need to look as strong of body as you are of spirit, Brother Ethelwell."
And I would say I will wash my face and I will change my clothes, but take this as a lesson that no matter how far down the people of this land are pushed into the mud and into the ground, they won't break. And no outside force can cause that. We may bleed, our bones may break, our faces and our clothes may be covered in mud. We may be starving, and there may be no food, and yet they will persevere because of God and because of you.
Let's make I think a prestige check here, more so than a spirit check.
13.
Ooh, nice. Wow. So you guys have managed to lower the Daedran negotiation DV multiple times, multiple ways. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay. So he sends his orders out. He then dismisses everyone so he can be dressed and get dressed in his what he's got, which is not much. It's he's been in the field for almost 3 weeks now with Sylvester, so his garb is tattered, it's dirty, it's worn. But he gets dressed, gets his armor on, his weapon. He meets the entourage that he wants to ride out with, which would be Sylvester, Brother Aethelwald, Vidar, and John, and he makes sure you all have horses. So we ride out. He hands the standard to Vidar. Here, Vidar, you will carry our standard. So he hands you the flag standard that he has, and it's makeshift. They've had to put it together from a pike that once held the head of a pagan. You can see where it's blood stained, and they've tied a tabard onto the end of it. But he goes, "This will be our standard until I can." And he looks up toward his father's manse in the palisade, "Until I can get into my home and rightfully have the things that would lend more prestige to our cause." He straightens himself, and then he whispers to Sylvester as you climb aboard your horses, "Do you know, Sylvester, what frightens me the most? Will be facing my mother and father. That is the crazy thing." And then he spurs his horse off out in front, leading you and Vidar. At some point, he slows down and waves you, Vidar, to be on the right-hand side, standard bearer. They're already there. As you ride out, you see he's out there with his what do you call him? His aides and his support. He's got about 12 soldiers behind him, and it's just you 5 or so. As you ride out, you dismount, he dismounts, and he meets Wesweld about 12 feet apart. His 2 men approach. They stay 4 or 5 feet behind him, and he says, "Well, boy, have you come to relinquish the keys to the castle? Have you come now to bear witness to the changing of the guard that your family must relinquish for the and pay for the crimes they've committed against their people?" Wesweld stutters a little bit. His voice breaks a bit as he speaks up, and he says, let's go ahead and Vidar make a as your standard bearer. Vidar, make a luck check. You need a 6 or better in this negotiation for everything, gentlemen, as you've lowered that DV quite a bit over the course of the last few.
Would it be possible before he speaks for me to just counsel him a little bit?
Sure, or you could say a prayer. That would be you could be
maybe
saying
both.
A prayer
Yeah,
as all of this is...
I want to speak directly to Westweld. I would approach him and I would say, "My lord, do not let this man get away with calling you boy and insulting you in front of all these men. I say to him, you are no longer a boy. You are a man, and you are no longer Westweld. You are Lord Westweld.
Make a
you
prestige
are now...
check real quick.
Natural 12. God, this is the luckiest dice I've ever had. This is insane.
Westweld straightens and Daedrin barks, "This is why you are in the trouble you're in. You listen to a man of God."
And then I would say, lastly, he drills, insist that he bend the knee.
All right. He drills, he looks hard at you, Ethelweld, and says, "You are part of the problem, you men of God." And he looks back at Westweld. Westweld pipes up and says, "Yes, and you will address me as Lord Washburn, and you will take a knee." And he says this loudly. And all of you who have followed this man, you are treasonous. You have fallen in league with the non-rightful lord of this county. Go ahead.
I rolled a 9, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So we've had a 12 and a 9. You can see Daedrin as Westweld stiffens and barks out. The standard bearer presenting himself in such a way that you can see Daedrin kind of lose a little stature among his men. Yes.
As he's kind of getting this feeling that he is on the lower end of the stick here, after his comments to Brother Aethelwald, I will step forward and say that it is not his problem that he listens just to a man of God. It is that his problem is that he listens to both sides of the coin. And I stand opposite Brother Aethelwald and say, as a pagan, I will always stand with my Lord.
Oh, okay. That's a prestige point right there. No roll. Daedrin looks at you, sighs. He knows you, and he knows your reputation, your family. He looks about at his soldiers. He gets somebody, one of his attendants whispers in his ear. He clears his throat. Then what is to be done? What is to be done to rectify the situation? Does this boy have command and control, or is it still his father or his mother?
I think as he says that, I would look over to, or actually maybe I would step forward
and you
a bit
earned, by the way, Brian, you earned a repute.
Okay.
Right? You earned a repute for that. I said prestige. I meant a repute point. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe Vidar, when he did call him boy again.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Since you already said him, and I'm following you, I'm echoing you with what you said is that. And then, so it's offensive to me whenever he says that, he double downs on the boy. So you'll see me stiffen and plate up a little bit and lean forward with the standard and give him an eye. And I'll grimace and he is no longer a boy. And then I'll give my little toothless grin or you know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just like and kind of growl under my
Yeah, and you can see Daedrin not only sees your devotion, but he can see you're all in this kits, you're all wearing uniforms, you're all clearly you're an ex-Viking. Sylvester's just announced literally publicly to the world now that he is indeed a pagan and follows the Washburns. He is now realizing maybe there is hope. But at the same time,
And he said it in our midst too. Yeah.
he's having trouble believing that the boy is capable.
Don't worry, we still got the ace up our sleeve, right? We still got the foreign invaders. We'll hold that close to our vest for a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
He looks about and he turns to the 12 men behind him, again, and he says, "Are you prepared to follow this boy? After what you have seen and witnessed over the last winter, are you prepared to follow this boy against his father?"
Yeah, and I would step forward at this point because I'm a bit afraid that Vidar is about to commit some violence here. And I would say, Alderman Daedrin, this is now the 4th time you've referred to the Lord Washburn as a boy. He may have been a boy when you saw him in the castle, but he is now a man and he is your lord. You will bend the knee. You will subjugate yourself to the very man who not only defied his father's orders and ended the conflict, demanded that the pagan pogroms be stopped, went into the streets among his people, Christian and pagan alike, and ministered to them, and since then has done everything that a leader will do. And then I stop looking at him and I look to the men, all the followers, and I say, it is time that you listen and you swear fealty to Lord Washburn, not his father, because he is a true son of Dredgewater, as you are true sons of Dredgewater, and only together will you be able to weather this storm that is here. The Vikings to our north, this insurrection within the town, and, unfortunately, foreign invaders from Northwich on our border, or not on our border, in our lands. But since my time here, I have seen that nothing can break the people of Dredgewater. Famine cannot break them. War cannot break them. This winter cannot break them. And despite what the Lord Westweld has had to endure from his own family, he renounced that corruption for you, to save his people. He is not a boy. He is a man, and he is your lord.
Make one more prestige check against this final DV number.
8.
Oh, good. All right. They dismount and they approach, and they one by one, these 12 soldiers basically turn to face Daedrin. Daedrin looks them over and he says, "Then this is your will." He looks about and he says, then have it your way. The Washburns have driven this horror upon us, and they will do it again. This time they will do it under Lord Washburn's youngest, Wesweld. And he swings around with his 2 advisors onto a horse, and he says, "I will return to my home, and I will see you at the Witten, because indeed there will need to be one before we allow this heir to rule." And he spurs his horse and rides with his 2 men back toward the camp. The soldiers all take a knee and let Wesweld know that they are his people. Wesweld orders them to return to the camp, organize all the pagans, bring them back to Dredgewater, and they may need to prepare in time as the fjord, the rightful fjord, and they may have to raise arms against any and all trouble and invaders. And they mount up right off to deal with this pagan camp. he turns to you, Ethelweld, and he kind of slumps forward a little bit. You can see he's got a little sweat on his lip. He's sweating, he's a little, and he says, "Thank you, Brother Ethelweld, for all you've done." He turns to Vidar, and he says, "I don't know if I could have done it without Sylvester, John, and Vidar." He then barks orders to John, "Make sure you get to the camp and make sure those men organize all able-bodied men of the fjord, bring them to Dredgewater proper." And John rides off toward the camp to help. And then he mounts up. Go ahead.
So as he's talking to John, I'm going to be right there with John and say, "My lord, if with your permission, I would like to go with John to the camp. There is someone who may be there who I think could influence the pagans to work with us."
So John says, "Then come, Sylvester, let's go." Vidar, what are you doing? You and Ethelweld?
I'm staying by Ethelweld's side and Westwell as far as just going back with the main body of troops.
Okay.
I had a question. So what's the situation at the keep? Is it that the Lord has barricaded himself in with his personal men at arms?
With his personal house guard, with his children.
About how many is
with
that?
His house
do we think?
keeper, his servants, his cook, his groom.
Sure.
His wife, of course, and Falcone.
Okay.
So there's some odds and ends, peasants and things that were barrack. And he had called for all Christians that wanted protection to join. So you don't know how many people are in the palisade.
Okay,
but
no worries.
It's not a very big,
right. There's not probably a lot of fighting men. Okay. What I would do then is I would look to Westweld and I would say, you have shown tremendous courage in all that you have done since riding from the keep or emerging from the keep and defying your father and your mother. It is nothing short of remarkable. And now you must face the hardest thing that you will have to face here, harder than Lord Daedrin, harder than any Witten, harder than foreign invaders. You must solidify your rule. You must take back the keep, and you must do it now. But and then I look back at the soldiers. Yeah.
I think I had rather face the Vikings or Von Mort, but you were right. I must secure entrance into the palisade, and I must find out what is going on. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to let all of you tell a piece of how this resolves itself. So, Sylvester, I want you to tell a piece of how this resolves itself.
Like how far resolves itself?
Well, in relationship to the so for you it would be in relationship to how the Westweld and the army deal with the Justicar threat. Right? Vidar, I want you to tell ultimately if that makes sense, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Or do you guys want to play this out in a session 5?
Oh, well, geez, if you put it that way, I would play it as many sessions as we can, but I'm more happy to. I'm just as happy to do it either way.
I mean, if you're kind of wanting to are you wanting to kind of wind this session up?
Oh, we don't have to. I just see it's at 3. We're at 3 hours, and I don't know where you guys are at. So.
Well, one of the things you can do in Dark Age of Man is zoom out. It's one option that we have.
We can go macro. We can go macro.
Macro with the war, and actually, because literally, if we got these invaders, they are because armies will come in and just raid and pillage and economically destroy
Mm-hmm.
the kingdom. So
Mhm.
that's what we expect, and they need to be driven out.
Mm-hmm.
So there needs to be some kind of a confrontation.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe so. I think we could do that with probably each of us
Mm-hmm.
leading
Mm-hmm.
these, onto the battlefield to face them off, and let's
Right.
see what happens. Their role, because
Well,
even I want to see if Vidar lives or dies. in
Gotcha.
this.
Okay.
You know what I
So-
mean?
Mhm.
Okay, so how about, because my intention to go with John was to contact Shira.
Right. Yeah,
The
I figured that
pagan
you were
elderly
going to talk
woman.
to the pagan women. Yeah.
So how about I kind of help pull that
Well, that
group
would
in?
be the Fjord army would be your responsibility, right? This would be the pagan Fjord army,
Okay.
right? So you're talking about contacting them to help organize the pagans. That would be your army,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
I want you to tell me how that happens. But then Vidar, it will be ultimately the Wesweld's army.
Yeah,
He'll be leading as
like
his standard bearer, the Wesweld's army.
and
right.
equipping them with the Viking axes and whatnot, and probably doing some rudimentary training with the axe.
Right.
With even the unity of the pagan men that come back to us,
Right.
because Vidar's change and shift of how he is. So I want to quickly marshal militia and an army,
Yes.
to do that. Yeah.
Mhm.
There is no doubt that that the Justicar is here to take over. He's not going anywhere. So I mean that's the problem. And then Ethelweld, ultimately, it would be the negotiation, and the you're going to have to tell me how you're going to have Father Falcone ultimately removed from the fiction, so to speak. So we'll start.
Yeah, regaining that palisade would
We'll start-
give
Yeah,
us
yeah.
another boost.
Exactly. So let's keep going. Let's start with Ethelwald as you escort Wesweld to the palisade gates. They see it's Lord Wesweld, and Falcone meets at the top of the gate, barking down to Wesweld. Big smile as he greets the Lord. Ah, you are back. I see you are back. I see what you've been doing. My advisors tell me you have gone against your mother's pogroms and wishes. You, sir, are a traitor to your own family. You will not be allowed. You will not be allowed into the gates of the palisade. It is a shame what you've done in the eyes of God towards your family.
Okay. So I think that Westwell at first is unsure of what to say, but then with Brother Aethelwald's counsel would stand and say, no, it is you who have been a traitor to God and to your people for allowing the destruction and this devastation to happen, while you and my mother and my father have been holed up here, starving the people and allowing for chaos and dissension. I have been out doing the work of a lord of Dredgewater, and I have amassed a true representative of our God, and it is now time that you be removed and that my father and mother renounce their leadership and and swear fealty to me as the new leader, this, that, and the other. And then Brother Aethelwald would probably try to call upon one more miracle,
Right.
to ask God to take away either to cause the Falcone's tongue to stick to his mouth so he can't speak, or just to take away his voice, right?
Sweet.
So that he can no longer speak. So
so
I don't know
let's-
if you need me to roll
I
yeah.
do. I need you to make
Okay.
a spirit check. He's only a 6 difficulty. Is Falcone?
Oh yeah, I mean I easily beat that. I think I had a 9.
But
Yeah.
Indeed occurs, but also you hear screaming from the wall from a young girl, a voice. You don't know her, but she screams that she screams down to Wesweld, informing him that your father passed away days ago, and your mother has locked herself in with your father, and he has taken up control. He will not allow us freedom from his tyranny. And she's screaming from the wall as he tries to order men to stop her, shut her up, but of course he's been made mute.
Yeah.
As she continues to scream, and Wesweld responds, calling for his men inside to open the gates. I am the rightful lord.
Yeah. And look at what God has done. He has taken, he has discredited this priest. He is,
how dare you allow my father to be dead and my mother to be in a great mourning, and I am locked from my... and ultimately his soldiers will open the gates and allow entrance. He spends time alone with his mother, mourning her. He comes out and tells you, as well as his house guard staff, that Falcone is to be banished and sent back to London to the church. You will escort him, and you will take a letter of writ as to what crimes and atrocities he has performed here. He asks for you, Ethelweld, to sign and put your mark upon that. He requests also, with a second missive, that the church allow you to stay here, and he will give you a glebe, which is land of your own, for you in the church, a parcel of his land for your efforts. And he ultimately tells you he doesn't believe his mother will probably... she's going to have to be sent to the Howardtown convent, probably for the remainder of her days. And he asks if that is advised, your experience there, if his mother would be in good care.
Yeah, and I would advise him that it would be unwise to send his mother away, that she should remain under his careful watch, because clearly whether or not she is within Dredgewater, her word seems to have carried weight enough to allow all of this to happen, and that hopefully in time, through witnessing hopefully the positive future of Dredgewater and the ministering of Brother Aethelwald, that she will come to recognize that it was the work of, or the words of, the devil through Falcone, who confused her and caused her to think as she does.
Okay, so he agrees. He accepts that counsel. That's a prestige point. And you now have a glebe. You will have land for yourself and the church, presented, a parcel of land presented by the new Lord of Dredge. All right, let's go over till Sylvester. As you and John approach camp to talk to the pagans, if Sylvester's with us, he may not be. Oh,
yeah,
he is.
No, I am. I'm just off camera, thinking.
That's okay.
Thinking.
So tell me now, what's the order of business here, sir, and what is it? And then I'll present you guys with a final option too, before we go any further.
So when I enter the camp and find Shira, I tell her that she need, bring everyone to this, to the Blackleaf Inn. And, we're going to gather everybody there. And so once the whole group is together, I have a few of the men from the group go into the Blackleaf Inn, and we disgorge every keg and bring them out.
Nice.
And we pass around and the cups. And once everybody has kind of had, has something in their hands, I'll get up on the steps of the Blackleaf Inn and tell everyone to look down at their feet.
And they all do, right?
And I ask them to tell me where do they stand? What do you see at your feet? And as the crowd is kind of like trying to figure out what I'm talking about, I say, Diana has brought you to me here at the crossroads in front of this inn. And today we bring two roads together. The pagans and the Christians must work for mutual survival.
And somebody barks out, as it was, it shall always be.
I hold up my tankard and I point towards the woods and I say, in that direction lies a butcher worse than the one you have seen now. The man known as Aegis Alexandros would do us more harm than has been done so far. It is now time for all of us to take up our arms and fight the way the pagans do. When he and his men come, we will fight them on the run in the woods. We will fight them in the field on their way to Dredgewater. And I take a big drink and say, tonight, when the new moon rises, we will fight them in the dark.
All right. Nice. Yes, they all cheer and drink heartily. And that's going to, of course, affect the difficulty value of if there's any upcoming combat or challenges. They're rallied clearly to you, and there's definitely a sense that the hostilities, for the most part, probably less so on the pagans than it was the Christians. But you get a sense that there is a coming together. Maybe not completely yet, as tough wounds heal slow. Trust this type of thing, but nothing brings you together like another enemy, an enemy that's not your brother, right?
Exactly,
Right.
And that's the whole intention,
right? All right, Vidar. So tell me, as you are now basically man at arms to the new young Wesweld. As John, of course, was the man-at-arms to Lord Washburn, you are now the new young standard-bearer man-at-arms. Tell me how you advise Wesweld militarily, and tell me how you advise the army for the upcoming potentialities. And you're muted.
Sorry, to be blunt, which Vidar mostly is. When he's standing there and pagan and Christian alike have gathered around him in militia fashion, and we've harvested all these axes, and he sees all the hollow, questioning eyes peering at him in the crowd around. I'll say, heft the axes. Well, I noticed something that I'm standing in the mud right beside. A memory flashes through my mind of where I had drug and threw the innkeeper into the mud at. And I steady myself a little bit, and I tell everyone to raise their axe because I'm illustrating how to utilize the axe and how to swing it and attack with it. And to my left, I noticed the perfect target. Somewhat symbolic, I turn around and I dig my axe right into the stocks that is standing there, and then I start hacking at it until it falls over. And then look at everybody afterwards, maybe some mouth or gape or whatever. And then Westwell, I'll look at him and don't reckon I find any kind of defiance what I just did. And then I'll readdress them and say, do after me. And then, start doing it in the air, swinging. And that's how I'll generally, and show them with the shields, how to lock
Right.
shields and make a shield wall. And, I know time is of the efforts, and it won't be an easy, lackadaisical approach, but it is very gruff the way I handle them.
Okay.
So I've got a very limited amount of time to whip these guys in shape
Yeah.
and withstand. So I don't, I I won't affect any. I don't know if I need to roll about how persuasive I am in doing this to them or how it will be, but nevertheless, that's my whole attempt, and it will be a pushing and a sweeping and letting them. Basically, I want to let them attack. To be up on a ridge, let them attack,
Sure.
break some, and let them break through, and then turn on them and hack them from behind. I'm also going to get everyone to shave the back of their heads so we can know who is
Right.
on whose side and
Right.
not mix up the enemy
Right.
with our
Okay.
own men.
Okay.
So that'll be the general approach we
Okay.
do with
So
it whenever we stalk up.
let's
on
make
that
a
ridge.
combat check to prepare the army. So it's like you're in combat, but you're making a
Yeah.
combat check.
Prepare them. Yeah. I would also advise with both Vidar and Westweld that to prepare for a siege in case necessary, to barricade.
Well, that'll be. I'm going to let you
against-
guys tell me how you organize. What is your strategy to meet them on the field?
Yeah.
To barricade
Oh,
yourselves
yeah.
in. So you guys need
My-
to decide that
yeah.
before this
I-
final
I think
confrontation.
we ultimately should wait for news from the king in London, because very likely he will send troops, and I believe that if we can coordinate,
Right.
Oh,
Either we
I would
can-
advise
no.
finding some kind of a avenue of approach if we know, especially getting with Sylvester, the way that they're approaching. If it's through a trail, and then catching them in between it, and you know what I mean,
Yeah.
kind of
Sure,
a
yeah.
pincer movement.
All right. So
And
one
then-
of you thinks you should hold up until word from the king comes.
Yep.
The other is thinking about strategically taking the
Ambush,
fight to
yeah.
them. What about you, Sai?
Well, that's kind of my question is, as how much. So the training is going on,
Right.
how much time elapses, and if while that's going on, we're going to make use of the free time to have, some pagan eyes in the woods,
Okay.
making sure that Alexandros is staying put for now, and then when he is on the move, that we know.
Right.
Now I don't want to go too far meta on this.
No, it's not meta. Matter of fact, we're going to
What-
make a roll. Let's make
Well, no, I'm saying narratively, I don't want to go too far meta on this, but I know. So Shira would probably know
Mhm.
that to the north, not far from here, there is someone who can send men as well,
Mhm.
and that's Lord Aowell.
Yeah.
So we should send word there,
Mhm.
so that there are more, because there. I mean, I don't know how far
Well, and you have
away
again,
London is.
You've got the local fjord of the aldermans as well as Daedrin's men, even though Daedrin is gone home. And then you're talking about going outside of Dredge, right?
Yeah,
Right. Okay. I
'Cause
mean, not
that's-
outside, but I mean,
Not
not an
out-
alderman, but a
yeah, not an alderman, but another
Yeah.
lord
Right,
within the
right.
within the region.
Okay.
If you're conferring with me, like I said when I got with that, I would. Vidar wants to do it hastily. He's all built up on the fact that we need to get him out of, a show of force basically. So he reneges a little bit and allows, as long as it's in a certain amount of time, like send your fastest runner and let's put him in a pincer maneuver. But give me,
Well,
that kind of.
if we can put them in a pincer, if we want to go on the offensive, we can, while they're still encamped in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now that's going to be
exactly.
pretty
Yeah.
restrictive fighting, but that depends on how much time is going to elapse, whether he starts to go on the move,
So let's
and while you're doing the training thing.
Let's make a luck check, Sylvester, on
damn
that
it.
situation. A luck check for you, Sylvester.
I don't think any of us have good luck.
I
do.
I-
I do too.
Okay.
I've got a luck one. So
all right, nice.
I bought that one up. You kidding me?
Nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a 7.
Okay.
All right.
As luck would have it, unfortunately, your scouts return. The Justicar is left nothing but remnants, tents, camp, but there are a handful of guys, young boys there, baggage handlers, but the troops are on the move. However, they don't know when the troops moved and where they went, but they're not where you told them they would be. They found the camp, but they didn't find the army. They didn't find the Justicar.
Well, an army is going to leave a trail.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So...
But they're not holed up in the woods anymore. But where are they and what are they doing, right? You don't quite know that. Let's go ahead, Ethelweld. I need you to make a luck check as to see whether there's any response from London in time.
Holy crap, I rolled a 12 again.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
So,
man.
There will be a contingency of men from the king's forces who will arrive. That's going to lower the DV if we have a final battle. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Vidar, you were training, so you need to make your checks. Or not luck, though, combat check for training. These.
Okay, I need to ask about the mace quality value.
It's excellent. Holy.
Okay, so
So you're going to get a +2 max, remember? +2 max. So it's your body plus your +2 added to the roll.
Gotcha.
Yep. Oh, did we have enough? Did we discover that there was enough food ultimately to feed everybody?
Yes. Yeah, you guys rectified the famine problem.
Okay.
Yep. So that would be
good. So we don't have a bunch of starving people.
Right.
All right, good.
14.
Okay. So they appear to be about as ready as you're going to get them. But they've taken to it. Many of them are naturals. They are soldiers. Many of them are soldiers. They just have to be taught certain tactics. And this, when you all come together, Wesweld, garbed in his father's armor and gear, although it fits a little loose, the army that you've prepared, Vidar, the pagans return, telling you they're not there any longer, but you are all pretty much ready. There will be, again, you weren't able to reduce the difficulty as unfortunately the pagans didn't get good information, but you will ultimately meet on the battlefields as they are on the move, but you will ultimately know it as they will present themselves on the battlefields. So there won't be siege. You will have the help of the king's men, the pagan army, Washburn's army, Wesweld's army, and of course, Falcone has been removed from the scenario. So I'm going to let you guys all define basically tactics for the first round here, and then of course, depending on successful rolls, that'll determine how many are dying on either side, right? So we're going to have a final confrontation here, right? This will be a series of 5 rolls. Every roll will ultimately impact your character, which will be obviously represented in the quality of the combat for your troops as well, right? If that makes sense?
Okay.
Ethelweld, though, what role are you playing in this? You actually wielding a weapon?
No, I will not wield a weapon. I will probably be with the king, or the king, the Lord. But my goal would be to, obviously, ahead of time, call for another miracle if possible. Maybe have the weather conditions change in our favor, or be in a situation where the terrain, we were able to move faster or whatever, right? So. Okay. What I'd like to have happen, perhaps it had been like all rainy or whatever, and it was cold and drizzle, and then as we start to make for battle, the weather shifts and it changes, and the sun comes out, and it starts to dry up the ground a little bit, and we're able to hopefully take some heart from that.
So with that, we're gonna just lend your spirit to the checks. Okay. Now his spirit is
the spirit
+3.
Yeah, and mine's 3.
Okay, so instead of adding your +2 excellent gear, you'll add 1 +3, gentlemen, to your checks, your combat checks. Okay. As he's praying and he's providing support in that way, right? So let's go ahead and Justicar, traditional battle formation for the Justicar and the king, as the two sides collide between Vidar and the Justicar. So Vidar, we need to make a combat check as they fold into your shield wall here. There will be 5 checks. You need to add +3 to this.
Yeah, +3. Gotcha. That's 7.
Okay. No. Just one roll. 5 total for the whole combat, but just one roll for you.
Gotcha.
Okay. Unfortunately, your shield wall doesn't hold, and you're losing men there. Unfortunately, and you will have suffered a wound, Vidar, in this first round. That's 1. All right. Brian, what are you doing with the pagans as his shield wall is breaking?
So considering that the men at arms are a little bit more armored, more well equipped,
right,
probably than the pagan group, the pagans will begin to swing and fold out from behind the shield wall in front and begin to kind of on each side start to fold out into an enveloping maneuver and come in on their both sides of their flanks.
Okay.
And begin to try and, we'll try to encircle them.
Nice. All right, make that roll. Add +3.
That's going to be a 7 again. Man, I'm getting 7s.
Oh, that's an injury for you as well, sir. All right. This Justicar army is well ready. They are well trained. They are not a large army, but they are clearly the king sent a force determined to win Dredge County. That's an injury, or not an injury, but a first wound for you. So you should both be battered, right? Vidar was battered, but you healed that in a day, so you should be battered. You're battered.
I received my first wound this entire game.
There you go. That's awesome.
So I am fatigued.
Fatigued. I'm sorry. Fatigued. Okay, I need you, Sam, to make the check for the king's men in this battle as the king's forces.
Okay. So what am I rolling?
You're rolling +3. You're making a roll with adding your spirit to it as Ethelwald is praying and has created favorable conditions.
I've never rolled more 12s in my whole life.
Okay.
And I know you guys know, I won't fudge dice.
No.
Even I'm starting to question what the heck is going on. So yeah, I did get a natural 12.
Nice.
Maybe what we could do is perhaps Sylvester had a plan where if the pagans' initial assault didn't work, that the plan was for them to feint like they were going to run, like they were abandoning the king,
right?
And then, or the Lord, right? And then the Lord, sends in his men, and I think what would happen is they would swing around and come, and they would join with the king's men, and then the king's men would push in hard from behind with not only the pagan forces but the king's men, fresh troops, and smash into the Justicar's army from behind.
Nice. And you've done a critical. So the king's men are equal to the Justicar's forces. Fantastic. Wesweld. Now, who's going to make the roll for Wesweld of the 4th? This will be the 4th roll in the first 5. Wesweld, who wants to make the roll for the young lord with in battle?
I will.
Okay. +3 due to the Ethelweld's prayers, etc.
Okay, so Westweld sees this crush pushing through where there's a breach in the shield wall. So he begins to move forward and push his people into the breach to try and take up the gap. And that's a 10. Nice.
So Wesweld, you see him on the battlefield, Sylvester, Vidar, Ethelweld, and he has been raised well, taught well by John, the man-at-arms. He has paid close attention to everything he's ever been taught, and he fights for his legacy. And it is It is inspirational. Next and final fifth roll of the first round is John, the man-at-arms, versus the Justicar. Who wants to make this roll?
Somebody else take that one.
Go ahead and do it.
I don't
All right,
know.
I gotta roll at least high
I'll
one.
take it.
Okay.
Or no, yeah, you take it because
Yeah.
I'm scared that my dice are going to
I
turn
want
on me.
to. I
So
want to roll high at least once
Yeah.
tonight.
All
give it a
right.
shot.
No, Henry would be fighting along, or he might be standing.
That's 10.
Once you liberated the pagan camp, Henry's
I know. That goes back to the Henry from earlier.
right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's
What'd
10,
you roll?
guys. 10
Let's
total.
not have Henry.
I
die,
rolled a
though.
7, but 10.
Okay, so again, John fighting with his men against this older but very capable Justicar, right? He defies his age in his skill and, of course, his bodyguard good. So again, a good victory there on that turn. So we got the second round. We're going back to Washburn's men, which is Vidar at the top of the second round. Vidar, tell me now, as John is pushing the Justicar back, they are surrounding the Justicar. What are you doing here, Vidar? With as your shield wall broke at first.
The shield wall broke at first, and I envision people. I instruct them loudly to let them breach, even as they're trying to be plugged,
Right,
but
almost,
let them
yeah.
breach, and then I'll say like re-engage. So I won't, like the stumbling forward of the forces that are coming after us to be kind of off guard, and then we'll pinch them right into the column.
Yeah, almost like
really
you trap them inside your shield wall, and then Westfield's
Exactly.
men come in and crush them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like his
exactly.
cavalry or whatever cuts them down. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Make the roll.
Okay, that was 7.
7.
A lot of sevens.
As
No, I mean I rolled 3 plus 4. I rolled 4.
okay. Again, you're going to suffer a wound, Vidar, as they're trying their damnedest. You have taught them some things they may not have had enough time to perfect. And again, you suffer another injury.
I'm
So
still
you're-
proud of them that they're taking the brunt of the focused attack. So,
right? And what are you at? Where are you at? Injured?
Yeah, I went from battered to injured.
Okay. So unfortunately, they're holding their own. If in anything, they're at least keeping a predominant portion of his men busy, right? All right. It is Sylvester, the pagans. What are you doing here?
Okay, so the pagans had kind of pulled a bait and switch. So they had pulled off, and as the king's men had come in from the back, the breach is kind of a little bit plugged. I see Vidar kind of in the thick of that push. So the faking maneuver, the two groups of pagans fake, and they come together on one single side, and now they just kind of concentrate all their efforts down on that one right flank as one unified group instead of two smaller groups on each side.
Okay, perfect. Ooh.
That's a 4.
Oh, all right. That's another wound for you.
Yeah,
This is tough.
Was that a crit fail though, or 1?
Yes, that's a 1.
Oh, that's 2 wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know where that puts you.
That puts me at injured.
Okay, so
See,
you
we
are
don't have to
injured.
convert the pagans if they all die in battle.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
It's all part of the plan.
They have unfortunately repelled. This is a formidable, well-trained group from the north. Prepared. They came prepared to win this the hard way. And prepared, obviously, to set themselves up in retaliation against the king of your king in London. So, unfortunately, the pagans are suffering here, and Vidar are suffering. The Kingsmen, though, they are It's your turn there, Kingsman. Add +3, of course.
Yep. So I rolled an 8, so 11.
Okay. So again, they crash upon. Tell me how they begin to bring down some of these Northwich army.
Yeah. So I imagine what happens is as the pagans and the Kingsmen were coming in initially, perhaps the pagans got their blood up a little bit, right? And they ran in and they crashed in hard as the first wave. And unfortunately, the Justicar's men were ready and seasoned troops, and they met that initial assault and repelled them again. But as the pagans are sort of backing up, staggered from their failed attempt, the general leading the men, the king's men, blows his war horn or something, right? And his footmen surge forward, and then you see a small group of cavalry that had been off to the side, that had been sort of remaining hidden. They come charging in. These would be the general sort of elite troops, right?
Right.
And so they come in, smacking the Justicar's men from yet another thing. And I think what's happening is, at this point, the Justicar's men, they're truly fighting on two fronts, and this rear front is pushing up against.
That's it. Yeah.
So it's causing all kinds of things, and the line is starting to break.
Mass chaos.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Wesweld, Brian, you're making the roll for young Wesweld as he continues the fight.
So is John literally in direct combat with the Justicar?
John and his men are in direct combat with the Justicar and his men.
Okay. And so seeing that, having been trained by John and knowing that if a leader is the one that falls, that the army will break, and knowing that he has to seize the day on the field, young Westwold pushes hard towards that position to confront the Justicar alongside John.
Nice. That's brilliant.
And that is going to be an 11.
Oh, okay. That's
Yes.
So Wesweld has affected the Justicar. Holy cow. So very good. So let's make that roll for John then. The difficulty stays the same because Wesweld did ultimately abandon a position to affect the Justicar. So the difficulty didn't drop as much, but you have damaged him. So let's make the John's roll now against the Justicar. Outstanding. It's funny, I put the Justicar last. I was curious if you would pick up on it.
Am I rolling John right now?
Yes, you're rolling John.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for John.
The man-at-arms.
Okay, 8 plus 3.
Nice. So again, with Wesweld charging in, bringing his men, John inspired, there is great calamity now as the Justicar is backpedaling, but we're still in combat going into round 3. Do any of you want to demand he withdraw a ransom?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely, because if he doesn't, I'm about to consult the Book of Armaments and pull out the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. So, but yes, I would recommend that, or perhaps narratively, the way it works is Ethelwald has been feeling like, God is on his side. Like they're pushing. They are, the king has come in to help, and things are going well. And this Justicar is a fierce foe, and perhaps he's feeling a little bit magnanimous. So he says, "Listen, I will give you this one chance. You put down your arms, pay a ransom for the damage that you've caused, and we'll let you return." And then you can deal with the king's wrath as it will be. But
Okay.
But I mean, how are we supposed to notify that in the chaos battle? Is it
Well,
like
no. What
flag
I'm
that goes
saying
up?
is perhaps Westweld, because
Right.
he's
You're saying Wesweld would demand he give
Westweld
up.
would demand that, yeah, because he's in direct conflict with him now. So
well, and he knows that Dredgewater needs the money, and what better way than to ransom this man?
Yeah,
right.
if you can capture it or take him, but I get it. It's just Vidar's in the blood rage right now.
Yeah, it's over. It's just a matter of whether the Justicar is a fanatic or not.
So who wants to make the roll for Wesweld's prestige with a bonus with John? Wesweld's prestige is, I think it's in the book. Did I not have his prestige in the book, Wesweld?
I think Brian has been rolling for Westweld, so if you want to just keep going.
I thought I listed the family. Yeah. I don't know if I listed young Wesweld.
I don't know if you listed Westweld specifically, but
I don't know if you I don't know if you.
I would say it's like a 4, maybe 5,
so their repute. Right? Their repute. He is the Lord. So repute of 8. That would be it means he would probably have a prestige of. Well, he's the Lord, so he'd be a 4 prestige. So it's going to be a prestige roll with a bonus of John, so +1. So you're going to add 5 to this check.
Plus, he is clearly God's chosen champion, so that probably should add
Justicar is a bit of a. I mean, we shouldn't forget of his history.
That's going to be That's an 11 on the prestige roll.
Okay, the Justicar is a formidable enemy, but 11 is certainly that's total 11.
That's total 11, yeah.
The Justicar, I mean, they're pretty wounded here, and the Justicar then yields, commanding down his men. He takes a knee at the sword point of young Wesweld, as Wesweld demands his men retreat. And they lay down their arms. The Justicar surrenders to Wesweld. That's pretty much it. And Wesweld will take him into custody, demanding. Now, here's the interesting thing. He'll ask counsel, because I don't know what Wesweld would do about this. He's going to ask counsel of all of you. You guys can decide. Do I send him to London to the king for ransom, or do I hold him in direct ransom?
I would say you hold him in direct ransom. If you send him to the king will kill him, and then and the king's probably thinking of sending troops out anyway.
Okay. So we got one vote. Keep him.
Get paid.
What do you say, Si?
Yeah, ransom. To hold him and ransom him yourself.
Keep him. Okay. What do you say, Vidar?
That's just Dangle for me. Even though I would still be, it would take you a minute to disengage me, pull my fangs out of the battle. You know what I mean? So I'd probably. But anyway,
Vidar would be like, off with his head.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. But and but it's like Dangle to me. So we can ransom him.
And his troops will be sent with missive back to the King of Northwich to tell them the situation. Yes.
I would imagine the king. Well, we could offer them swear fealty to Westweld and become members of Dredge if they would like. I imagine they probably not too many will, but perhaps that could be an offer. But I think ultimately, send them back with the king's troops to London and let the sort of the High King or whatever decide their fate.
What do you think, Sylvester?
Yeah.
Send them to London.
Send them to London, because we definitely want to make sure that we still have strong footing with the king in London and show that we're not overstepping our rule.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know,
Vidar, what do you suggest to young Wesweld as his man at arms?
I would do the same. I would do similarly. Especially.
All right, awesome. So that concludes our Chronicles, gentlemen. You have done what you needed to do. That's pretty sweet. The battle was not going so hot for you, ironically, right? A couple of more failed rolls for Vidar and Sylvester could have been ugly. So
you realize the only good combat rolls I had this entire game were this battle when it counted the most. That was awesome. Crazy.
Holy cow. So the goal of the session was to ultimately get back. So you actually solved the major incident, which was getting Falcone out of the palisade and getting control of the palisade. So that was done near the end, right? The minor incident was, let me see, I don't remember what my minor incident was here. The minor, heck, I can't even find it.
What, the Fomorian?
To convince Daedrin, ultimately to defeat Daedrin and taking, Alderman Daedrin and taking over stewardship of the Dredge County. So you did that near the end as well. This battle, quite literally, comes from a roll, the VIP roll, which was so this wasn't really part of how you would ultimately, if you could have ultimately left the Justicar alone, and we would either played another session, or we would have just you guys were going to be narratively free to just narrate how you dispatched the Justicar, because you already succeeded at the major and minor dilemma. So the Justicar was a roll off of the random seed tables last session. That was the VIP in the woods, right?
Yeah, that's what.
Totally a random seed, the Justicar, but he becomes, thanks to
he becomes a dilemma.
He becomes the more dangerous.
God,
and that was the thing about Brian. He went and investigated. I said, well, this guy's going to tell you exactly why he's there. I'm there to take control, or what is it? And then Brian, there was the one moment where he told him we're weak, and it's like, oh, now he's he becomes the major dilemma in the next session if we play on, right?
Yeah,
because I figured if we wrapped it up and played on, he becomes the next major dilemma, because he's now knows how weak the country is. Fascinating. And then so on this one today, I rolled, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds. 3 of them were repeated. No, one was repeated 3 times, another was repeated twice. So I rolled some numbers double time. So you actually only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different random seeds in this session. But unfortunately, some were repeated. What's interesting is the very first one I rolled was number 15, Ogre. And that was why the Ogre showed up in that first scene. I thought, well, I can hold the Ogre, but this is perfect. He describes that he's out feeding the dogs. It's early in the morning. It's like, okay, so this thing's going to stumble out of the woods, having smelled this pin of dogs, and he's hungry, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the Ogre was the very first random seed I rolled, and that kind of started the session off in a very precarious situation.
Because I thought Vidar was about to get it down. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it was... and again, you had the luxury of multiple combatants. You had Dar giving you a bonus to the DV. You had, not bonus, but bringing down the difficulty value, because they don't give you a bonus, but they draw down the difficulty. And so that's how it works. And so John was there, and Jules was there, and Dar was there. So they just drew down the difficulty of the Ogre. The Ogre was an 11 DV.
Yeesh, yeah.
So,
well,
I mean,
and of course
joke.
The holy smiting,
right.
was
the bonus, right.
That was cool, yeah.
So anyway, that's pretty cool. The final battle, I didn't anticipate. That's why I didn't know if we wanted to narrate it, etc. But it turned out to be good the way we did it, right? We just had to
using the macro.
We just meted it a little bit to get in position for wrapping up this Chronicles. So tell me, do you have fun? What do you think about the overall experience? And where did you guys finish, Brian? Where did you finish in Repute after everything was said and done?
7.
Wow. Okay. Didn't I give you Repute this session?
Yeah, that's
that is
with
7?
the Repute.
Okay.
That is with this session. Yeah.
Wow. Where did you
and well, what's crazy though is I went the entire game. I had been in a couple of fights, but never getting injured.
Right.
And then all of my injury and finishing out that high on repute comes in at this very last part. I was 1 away from dying.
Oh my
So,
god!
yeah.
And it might well have happened. However,
Oh yeah.
you had slowly lowered his difficulty through the combat. But
Yeah.
the Justicar started a 14 DV for his army.
Yeah.
Wow.
And your preparation success rolls lowered him to a 12 before the combat started. So he was a 12 with his army going into that combat. Right? But he started a 14. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
So where did you end, Dale? Where did Vidar end?
6.
Okay. Didn't I give you a repute in this?
I think you
gave you a
you
repute
did,
in
but
this session.
you did, but I didn't know if you was talking to Brian. In fact, so I didn't.
No, I
use
gave
it.
you earned a repute for. I can't remember what you said to the boy. You said something to the boy that was spot on to Weswell.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
right.
should be
You're
at
right.
7,
I didn't add it. Yeah, it is. I wrote it down on the side, but I wasn't for sure if you were telling that to Brian because it happened like they both happened about the same moment.
Right. Yeah, they were counseling the Weswell, I believe.
Yeah, so
was,
I was like, did I mishear that? So I didn't, I didn't stop the game.
So you ultimately in the final epilogue, Vidar would ultimately forever amount of time he would be the young Wesweld's new man at arms, as John would probably retire, right, having lost his lord. Ethelwald gets a glede, which is land given by the Lord to you personally. And he's invited you to become the man of God here in Dredge County. So what would Sylvester's fate be?
He takes over the homestead and continues
the
the
dogs.
Yeah, he's not a man. He is not a man. Sylvester is not a man of great ambition. He is he's a pagan.
Nice.
He's very down to earth.
That's awesome.
I thought he was going to sail back to Ireland and steal some more pups.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
perhaps after a few years and the church in Dredgewater starts to prosper, a donation goes up.
We forgot your dogs in battle, by the way. Oh, you had a +3, so it overruled.
Yeah,
the dogs.
it would have overruled the dogs.
Yeah.
Well, hey, where did Aethelwald end up on repute?
Did I earn one this session or no?
I don't think so. I don't think you did.
I wasn't sure. I thought you said right at the end, but maybe not. If not, I have an
remember.
8.
No,
damn.
I did. When you told the boy, when you whispered into the boy's ear to not be called a boy.
Yeah, so then
yeah.
a 9 in that case.
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
So you're 9? Wow.
Uh-huh.
So we started at 4, correct? I started you all at 4?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
That's pretty good. Wow.
Yeah. Well, there were a lot of miracles. Yeah. So I suppose a 9 repute makes some sense in this case. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think that I think it was so cool the way that ended. Well, I think Henry probably, I probably would have sent Henry back to London for more training.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
your tutelage wouldn't work for him? I mean,
No, I have to get all puffed up now because I'm like the Bishop of Dredgewater, right? No, just kidding. I think it would have worked fine, but I think that he would be. He was never intended to be like a permanent ward. I would imagine that the church had sent him. He was like a young whatever, and so he went back, and then I would probably grow local clergy within,
and then most likely the church, because you would have told the church that you've been asked to stay on as the man of God for the Washburn family estates, whatever. I'm sure they would have also given you some kind of title, like bishop, right?
Yeah,
Bishop of Dredgewater, right? The church wouldn't have turned away the land, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, and
so they probably would have made you a bishop to account for that, right? I mean,
perhaps with the ransom.
The church isn't quite as sophisticated as that yet. By what 900?
No, and I don't think they would have been. I don't think that any churches in England would have been
provided by
rich
the Lord
either. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Cool.
I think Vidar traded his farm, lost it, gave it to Dar for the thing. But now he's living in the barracks. And
what?
No,
No,
you'd be
wait,
living
he's
in
got to
the-
have a
you'd be living in the
riverside
manse.
condo.
You'd
Come
be living
on.
in the
No.
manse
Yeah.
for the Lord as well. You're the man at arms.
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm just saying, living
Yeah.
his lifestyle's changed, so it's harking back. He's not just a Thatcher anymore. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he,
There's
wear-
some
he
rush
wears the
lights.
fancy pants now. He's,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, he's
No
he's
more
gone from
sackcloth.
No.
Viking. That's the transition though, from
Yeah.
Viking to just
Yeah.
Thatcher to all of a sudden not knowing what to do to being able to lead the troops and use them previous skills, because that was, I'm sure he was teaching them
Wow.
something that wasn't readily used
Yeah.
by Anglo-Saxons, you know what I mean, at the time.
So
And I like to imagine that Westwell would really kind of like, he would get any Vikings that were still left, he would get them out. Perhaps he would have good relations with the king in London, and there would be a prosperous trade. That's what I'd like to imagine would happen.
I want to get their winter,
Yeah.
their winter lodgings and make it where they wouldn't be able to haunt us or worry us.
right.
But also, I mean, just in general, he's set up now.
Perhaps we could point them to some choice farmland in Northwich or whatever,
Right.
where a certain Justicar used to
Yeah.
live.
Right. Yeah.
Be like, I hear there's a lot less
funny.
troops guarding that area.
I think
Maybe
we already
should
played
go
that
there.
session, didn't we, Jason? Like,
yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Nice.
kind of.
that was
Yeah,
that was
the end
tense.
was a little
That's
difficult because I knew it was a Chronicle. We wanted to wrap it up, so I with the Justicar kind of hanging there, it made the end a little weird. If this was
I
just
loved
a
it.
series of sessions where we're just
Yeah.
playing every week, all
Yeah,
that
yeah.
stuff
Well,
would be dealt with on like a traditional campaign, right?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
that-
I mean,
that's
it
what
worked
hit
out
my
great,
mind.
but I had to kind of, make sense of what are we going to do with this Justicar hanging there, right?
Yeah. Had to put your thinking hat on.
Kind of, yeah.
I don't want to say that I tried to instigate that.
Well,
You
you
know,
wanted
man,
to
I
know
was
what was
sweating
there.
it.
I
Listen, I saw your face during the whole thing when you kept telling him over and over again.
Oh
how
yeah, they're
weak and
weak.
bad things
Oh,
were. I was
it's
like,
a terrible
bro.
place.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of turmoil.
Yeah. I'm like,
You're
man,
just gonna pass on through, right? Right?
no
That is
dice
funny.
roll is going to be able to overcome this. I'm like, that was crazy.
So I rolled Pagan Bandits 3 times, and the Pagan Bandits were the dead bodies you found. The ogre left. I said, well, where can I put these Pagan Bandits? They were the dead bodies that the ogre led you back to. I said, I'm not going to put them in a fight with Pagan Bandits, right?
No.
Let's see the other one, the spy from the last session. You guys mentioned in passing. He said, I have a man in the keep. That was Beatrice. And Beatrice was Katie's local. Remember, she was the ward. Katie, the local sessions, she made her character the ward of Washburn. So anyway, Beatrice,
yeah.
She would have been the young girl spy and that was the one that screamed out, "Your father's dead." So I made Beatrice the girl on the wall screaming out. She was the spy that would have been able to tell you what was happening inside.
I thought that was like one of the sisters. Like
No, that was Beatrice. So I rolled her again in this session. I said, "Well, I've got to make her this. I got to make her the girl on the wall, telling you that telling Waswell his father's dead and his mother's right."
Nice.
Bodies in dredge / undead. So
yeah, I was wondering if that was
you can
going to come
imagine. I
up.
rolled that and I said, "Okay, who are these guys? And why are they floating in the river?" And I said, "Well, I'm thinking to myself, how am I going to introduce undead from the bodies in dredge?" So I figured, well, they would just be Vikings that Jarek has basically killed, sent them downriver to raise them in the middle of the night and wage war on Dredgewater, as you would have assumed they're just
my
bodies.
God.
So
That
Jarek,
would have
and I said,
been-
so Jarek would send these guys downriver dead already, raise them. Because remember, Jarek is a
Yeesh.
druid,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but we didn't get there. There was no reason for me to do it.
Well, and Vidar took all their weapons, which in hindsight,
which was turned out to be brilliant because they would have rose these Vikings.
yeah, if you had a bunch of
dead
Draugr
Vikings.
fighting, I was like, oh god. Yeah.
Let's see. I rolled orphans, which we never had a chance to introduce orphans into the game. And then I rolled
yeah.
the ogre, of course, in this one.
Yeah.
What else? I think that was it. Yeah, so that's the ones that were never rolled. 3, earthquake.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah.
18 was plague.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
16 mort attacks.
Oh.
13 Jarek sends emissary. I don't know what what that would have been about, but emissary. Amnesia was 14.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but somebody could have amnesia, or one of you, if you were wounded in a battle, could ultimately suffer amnesia. I had Dredge
I mean,
Town.
I've been hit on the head so many times.
Right.
I probably
there could
yeah.
have been a
Yeah,
moment
I think-
where you would have.
Hey, well, Vidar got hit. Remember we said my ears was ringing with
Yeah.
the shadow,
Yeah.
whatever. I could have got amnesia
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
that. Like,
Yeah,
where
and I
am I?
rolled
Where am I?
amnesia, and that had happened, and you had said it.
Oof.
I would have said, you now don't know who you are, where you're at, who these people are, right?
Oh
It would have
my
been
God.
what a
Yeah.
challenge as a role player to play someone with amnesia, right? Would be kind of a trip in a campaign. And then I had
Yeah.
Dredge Town
I did that before.
in flames.
Yep.
So somehow inside the locked palisade, they would have had a fire
Yeah.
break out.
Yeah.
And, what do? You got to try to save everybody inside. Decay Demon, which you'd heard rumors of, but had never come up.
Oof.
Giant Serpent never came up.
No.
Bishop Augustus, in parentheses, Ethelwold. So if this Bishop Augustus had showed up, I don't know what you.
It would have had
it's all
something to do
very
with me.
It's all again very naive, so I don't know what he would do.
Yeah.
I got to come up with something. 4 is illness. Again, that could be one of you injured or ill, or somebody that's important ill. And then, of course, I said earthquake. Right, was the other one. So some of these were carried over every session because they were never rolled. And then
What about
I would fill in the new ones based on what was used. I would put in new ones every week or every session. So it's fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wrote it like Henry hung.
What?
Don't like Sam. Like nope.
Nope. I'm sort of glad
Well,
that
was
it worked.
that was in one of them, but
Yeah.
I didn't. Once he got captured in the last session,
Yeah.
and I rolled Henry. I took he's off the chart,
Yeah.
so he wasn't on here again.
Yeah. So it was really interesting to me because I really was like wondering what Ethelwald was going to do because it had just been so much like decay and damage and just so much horrible stuff happening. But it was interesting because I feel like the two sort of defining incidents were, like I said, when he saw the pagan just like, go after Vidar, like, and the way that I interpreted it in character almost was like he was scamming you. Like you had said, hey, make me this mace, and I'll give you my land. And then this guy's like, yeah, I'll take your land and your mace and I'm going to hit you with it. And so, I was like, that ain't cool. So then I started to see, oh, wow, yeah, the pagans might be actually not all that awesome after all.
Right.
And
They're
then
They're human
with
like anyone
yeah,
else.
and then with the bad guy showing up, the ogre or whatever showing
Right.
up and seeing everybody rally, then that was Ethelwald's sort of like moment where he was like, okay, this is what has to happen. They have to come together because you just did naturally.
Right.
Everybody was like, oh, here's this threat.
Yeah. In a way,
It
it was
doesn't
the best thing to
matter if
roll.
we're
because
totally
because it kind of interrupted the whole
yeah
drawing of the square, right?
Well, and I really didn't want to see the fall of Ethelwald, and to lose the faith and to pick up the weapon and join the battle. But like,
right.
but I felt
it's a
like it
difficult-
was, it was good the way it turned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about
Yeah.
and that's one of the conundrums I've always had about the so-called cleric class.
Right.
Right? Is it somehow always? Yeah, there's the stigma about you're the heel bot and whatever, but
Yeah.
if you're gonna really play that out, it's a moral area you're kind of playing in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna turn to violence, or are you gonna keep walking this path?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the cleric's
Yeah,
always been my
exactly.
favorite character to play in old D&D games, because they just inherently, for me, have a dilemma instantly. Right, just by choosing cleric, I have a dilemma, and that's one
exactly.
Of them.
It's
At
like,
what
what
level are
do-
you selfish, less?
Yeah.
And at what level do you actually... Are you the healing fighter, right? Or are you torn? But the cleric's always been my favorite old school.
The dilemma is like, do
class.
I take cure light wounds or do I take curse?
Yeah. Because I mean, none of the old school classes have any dilemma, right? Fighter.
Yeah, no.
I mean, there is none. But cleric always seems to have a built-in dilemma, right?
I always hated cleric because you had to make it to level 2 before you even became a cleric. It was like, good lord, like, you know,
nothing
really
at first level.
Well, yeah, and I'm like, he's a fighter, but he's not as good as the fighter.
Right.
So like he could die, and so then what is it like? Well,
he can turn.
So you survived and you made it to you made it to level 2. So good job. God now favors you and gives you healing. Like
that's why with Vidar I had to bake in a dilemma with him of being a Viking in a, you know what I mean, because he's a fighter.
Yeah.
But I had to, because I like playing characters that struggle.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. Yeah.
The little video I put up was all about that we all, you know, when I sit back and watch you guys struggling with your characters, I'm like, what the heck? And then I have to get back in the character and struggle with mine. You know, what is it?
I mean, conflict is what makes it all work.
Conflict.
Oh, yeah.
Internal conflict, external conflict, intrinsic conflict, right?
And I will say, too, that, you know, with a spirit of 2, you know, there was a point where I'm like, am I going to really let Aethelwald hog the deity spotlight, or am I gonna? But I did, you know, mine was when I did use my character, that score. It was more about the interaction with the environment and the interaction with the animals.
Right.
I tried to keep it within
the pagan
Diana. And her influence.
That's right.
And I think it. Go ahead.
The character had to be. You didn't want to betray the character and the story you're in.
Right.
Yeah. That was what we stated from the onset.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
well, I think it was cool too because it was a way to connect the pagan roots of Sylvester to the pagan community and to have that common thing, you know, so they would recognize that, where, you know, and I think where with Aethelwald it was like he was just saying, "Oh my God, help me out," and then it happened, and he was like, "Whoa, maybe I can do this again."
Yeah, it empowers you to be even more determined.
Right. Yeah.
Did you know? Sylvester? Brian? Did you thought Sylvester was a pagan from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, because that one came in with, so with AOL, the character with Lord AOL, that was the character that I was going to start. I was starting out as a pagan.
Yeah.
Was never going to reveal it.
Right.
Sylvester was the character who I wanted to play that was going to start out as a pagan and then reveal and see how close I could get him to being convinced about converting.
Wow.
But here's the thing. I never actually saw
a miracle.
Aethelwald actually perform a miracle.
That's right, because you were running even in the fight. Your back was to the...
My back was to him. All I heard was a loud boom and a flash.
Right?
You know? And everybody else was like, "Oh, did you see him do that?" I didn't see him do crap. You're
spoken like a true pagan.
Yeah.
Well, some people see miracles everywhere, and some people never see a miracle no matter what.
Well, but so to me though, that was cool because like Sylvester didn't need conversion. You know what I mean? In a way, like he was a decent person who was living life according, you know. So it was
fascinating how you guys managed to not have that. How you managed to not cross paths in a way in that particular, which was interesting.
Well, it was a little bit hard
Vidar
when he was all like,
more than Sylvester did.
Exactly. And then Sylvester's like, "I'm a pagan," and Vidar's like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh God!"
It was interesting how you two were, but part of that's because you are autonomous agents in this world, pursuing your interests versus pursuing the party's goal to A to B to C, right? And that allows you to be characters autonomous in the world, right?
What were you going to say a while ago, Sam? You were saying to say something a while ago about.
Yeah. Well, it was just cool. Yeah, I was gonna say that I felt like Sylvester didn't need that conversion, and that Vidar was like clear that he needed more of Aethelwald's attention than Sylvester did. Because the way I figured it was like Aethelwald was really struggling with the idea of, do I live and let live?
Right.
With the pagans, and try to, slowly convert them through acts of service and good deeds, saying, look, and so but where Vidar was like in immediate need, it was like, so that's why I kept jumping in front of the stupid battles that were happening, right? Every time he was trying to
see, in all of that, in a traditional campaign, in a traditional campaign, that could have all happened organically. With you just in a traditional campaign setting where every session you might be dealing with pagans that need to be converted or whatever, and then we have something. But because it was a chronicle, everything was definitely microed in on this particular, so it makes it made it more. It put an onus on particular events, which in a campaign wouldn't necessarily be true.
But it felt much more personal though, which I really liked. Converting like NPC pagans that we don't really have that much connection to. It's like, okay, that's cool. But, like getting to witness and hear Dell's explanation about Vidar's conflict, and then, him going through that real like turmoil and like murdering somebody and then being like all confused about it, and really like it was the embodiment of the evil that Falcone was spreading in the, it was like really cool. So being able to sort of act as a counterforce to that, I think was a lot more meaningful than convert the pagans,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's even still though, the idea of converting the NPCs sounds like, I accomplished a lot, but
no, I mean,
you never. The one thing I did see a lot of though was you always saw the opportunity.
Yep.
Like you never just said, I'm going to hand wave that part of it.
Yeah.
When you saw that there was the opportunity to be that character, I mean, you weren't like consciously going out and trying to gather people together and present a sermon, but it was. And it wasn't opportunistic, but when the opportunity was there, it was great to see.
Well, and I think you all did that brilliantly well.
Yeah.
If I laid a hint or I described a situation, you all played your characters authentically toward your natural bent, like the pregnant woman and how Sylvester dealt with that, and the conversation with Martin and how Sylvester dealt with that, and Sylvester chasing Jules down and saying, "We'll go to the Lord together." Those are the moments that those are my favorite moments. My favorite moments of the miracle. Vidar killing Martin despite it being a shot was like, holy shit, this is. Yeah. And for me, one of my favorite moments was Falcone laying the guilt trip on Vidar in the first session in the first hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That made me hate him so much.
In one moment, I conveyed Falcone's bent as a bastard, right? And I thought this is so fun. I get to play in a game like this without acting, without doing the voice acting. I get to enjoy a player. I get to enjoy this as a naive narrator, as more of a player, as Wesweld, and as without acting. But it's fun to see how am I going to change. I know what Wesweld means on paper, but until Brian delivers that speech and makes that role, I got to then turn Wesweld on a dime, almost like improvisational acting. Now, what is Wesweld? He's got to be this.
Yeah.
I have to play it authentically because Brian's success to impact the direction Wesweld might go. And that makes it difficult for me because I'm juggling Justicar.
Yeah, right. You're like, oh my
I know
God.
what the Justicar is. It just says Justicar, Northern Justicar. I mean, what? I don't know what I'm going to do with that, right? And then when Brian said, I'm going to go visit that guy, I'm like, oh, shit, I better start thinking quick. What is the Justicar about?
I'm actually wanting to say I was proud of you for this these whole Chronicles. The way, and especially right now, I mean, we've had some high points in the other three. I mean, the third one, my mic was messed up and whatnot. There was some,
but it was a
know,
great
but
session.
still.
It
But
was still a great session.
It was still a good session. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
but you still, I mean, this right here is kind of a high point. It builds up to crescendo, you know what I mean, the climax. But you did excellently, because I know, and it's not that hard to be a presenter. Like, I think a lot of people were scared off of it, and you know, they like, I need 2 weeks to plan the game, when literally we just sat down and threw a list together and just roll, and it's so fun. It's like all your synapses are connected, the dots this way and that way, to play something organically, and you never know what the best memories to me are what just evolve organically and play. You don't they hit you sideways and you go, I didn't see that one coming. And you can fully realize characters and the depth of characters you get into. Anyway, I could go on and on, but really proud of you for this, man.
Well, and
it's like a
it's hard to explain if you truly play it naive. It can be a little daunting. It's like working a muscle. You got to get used to. I mean, GMs know how to ad lib. GMs know how to create on the fly. So anybody who GMs gets that. Players don't. Players very often are in a passive situation. I think they're waiting for the prompt. They're waiting for, but to be truly naive is to say I've got to make an effort to write these, but not decide beforehand what does that mean.
You got to stop.
It's not easy to do. It's you want, you know, you're going to want to say, well, why am I even writing down Dredgetown Fire? Well, because I'm trying to create conflicts. I'm trying to create variables that would complicate the session.
Yeah.
So you're in the middle of a negotiation with Daedrin, and I have somebody bark from the conversation.
That requires
Dredgetown's
timing.
on fire. You know, I mean, it becomes this. It changes the priorities instantly. But
you get a process how to introduce that, but you're also you're playing, because when you reach into the depths of character development like we have, we're going to have to speak with NPCs that you give voice to, and you got to play them authentically. And jump from place to place, and you did a great job doing that.
Oh yeah,
we
totally.
Really,
well,
so I was,
and I mean, it's but it's not that different than DMing other games. It's just it is trying to be completely neutral about it, knowing though that it's an actual variable that's going to make things more complicated. And it's not that difficult. It's new for me. I mean, other people have played games similar to this, like Dungeon World. I guess I don't know if Dungeon World's fair to say it's more.
Well, I mean, kind of in a sense. I mean, depending on how you want to take the narration, it's It's not as like way
Dungeon
out on
World is a lot more structured than you might think.
It is.
Yeah, it's because the thing is, like, you have to set up the conditions under which you then call for the rolls, and then the rolls sort of are the rolls
they
kind
still
of
have moves.
Yeah, they're moves. They inform the moves within the fiction, but the fiction is often set up similarly to what D&D would be, in that you have a planned story, and then you're calling for rolls, but the DM isn't necessary. In fact, I would say it's probably harder in Dungeon World to be more ad-lib with the DM, because then you kind of sometimes you have to struggle as to, like, well, which move do I call for?
See,
this
because it
tries to keep you in the box.
And as I said when I first started it, it's definitely more like an open world sandbox style. But again, you will know what you know, like about Dredgewater, and hopefully the characters present themselves authentically into the world, so we're aware of what's. And if I am paying close attention to what Brian's trying to tell me about Psy, then I won't impede upon what he's trying to present. But then I can't make it a yes game where yes. There's got to be conflict. There's got to be problems.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's not hard, but it's different. It's different, I guess, is the best way to put it. And it gets crazier, like the Justicar, because again, my major and minor dilemmas were basically, you guys had done it, right? It was a matter of how do you want to narrate this out. But because you went to the Justicar, that whole scene told me this shit, technically that trumped the major dilemma. The Justicar became the major dilemma
Yeah.
In the middle
A
of the
second
session,
major dilemma.
Yeah.
there you go. That's
Yeah.
right. And there's nothing wrong with that. But
Yeah.
for me, it's like, holy shit, that's the first time I actually had a new major dilemma that I have to, in a way, ignore because that's. But at the same time, it became a priority that I'm happy you guys decided you needed to deal with.
Oh Lord, that one was so high stakes for me because I felt like Aethelwald had to go political there,
right?
Which I didn't want to do, but it was like, damn, I've got to prop up this lordling until he's like
at one point,
ready to go.
It's amazing. And at one point during the conversation, I'm thinking, fuck, pardon my French, but I said, shit, Brian's going to hand the kingdom over to this guy. This is
yeah,
and I'm trying to be the Justicar who wants the kingdom.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, damn, Brian's gonna just hand the keys over. This is amazing.
Yeah. He's like, I want Ethelwald, or I want Westwell to win. Yeah.
That's why the first thing I said is make the roll. When you introduced yourself and you said your last name, I said, make a roll because if you succeed at this, that's gonna make it a more friendly conversation. Oh, I knew your father. We were in the wars together, right? Had you failed that roll, he would have been more formal and
a little more formal. Yeah.
So your role isn't a pass fail; it's a cueing of how I'm going to treat this scene. Right?
It helps it helps to color or flavor the reactions. Right.
Right. And then sometimes I use it to actually change difficulties of other issues that may arise. But most of it I've used to impact how the NPC's direction's going to go. Is Weswell going to be a zealot? Demanding you murder all the pagans because Mama said so, or is he going to be? Can Brian persuade this kid to be more like his father, which he did?
I'm so proud of Weswell. He's such a good kid.
I mean, so Vidar might have turned Weswell into a crazy zealot if it had been Vidar in that conversation, right?
Oh yeah.
It's fascinating.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
If it had just been different, Vidar somehow was escorting Weswell. Who knows whether Vidar would have inspired this kid to murder all the pagans, right?
Oh my God,
it's amazing to think that the butterfly effect. We just don't know where it's going to go, and it's amazing. Yeah.
I'm speaking back about the Justicar's dilemma. I was thinking, and one of the curiosities about the whole Chronicles is because when we added the major and minor dilemmas. I know I call it like vanilla play when you just use, like we had for so long, just, in play testing, using the random seeds, because the player character will prioritize which one is a major dilemma to him or walk by it. So I felt like it was naturally, organically evolving. And I felt like maybe at least thinking that the major and minor dilemma could potentially box you in, especially if it's a criteria to do, you know what I mean? So this right here showed that the Justicar, when he brought in, all of a sudden became to all of us more of a dilemma than, and he presented himself in the world as more of a dilemma. So I'm proud of the Chronicles that you put on, and they do work. There's a necessity for major and minor dilemma to start rolling, but it does illustrate that the characters will pick and choose what can become naturally more of a dilemma. And then therefore we ended it correctly by macro.
That's it. That's it. And the major and minor dilemma are really there because we're a naive narrator, we still need to give us some structure. So I need to know the major and the minor dilemma so I can keep presenting that. So there's kind of a standard of practice throughout the session of what's the real problem in the world. Don't forget this. It's not for you guys. It's for the GM to have some sense of what's really going wrong right now. The other random variables are to keep things, loaded. But what's interesting about the major and minor dilemma, they're also a guarantee for players as a group to earn prestige, right? Which is another reason you would have all earned prestige. You guys actually saw both the major and the minor in this, so you guys would have all got a group point as well. So technically you'd all should have one more prestige because you did solve both in this session. So it's also a guideline so a GM knows when he should award that repute point, right? But it's really so you don't lose track that this world is not just chaos. There is a world that's got something happening. You just aren't supposed to know the answers. So it's really for the GM. It's really for the presenter. And then, of course, it's a good way for the GM then to use it to regulate how players can advance if they don't do something significant. If you had never if you had never performed a miracle just because you weren't that kind of player, you just weren't thinking that way, and there was no situation where a miracle could occur, your character would still have to have a chance to earn repute, and to do that, you could solve famine in all kinds of ways, as Brian did and as you did, and so I think Dell and I just saw Major and Minor Dilemma differently. That for me, that's a tool for the GM to have some sense of what's the real problem.
I think it's necessary to say this is what's going on the world around you. I'm just saying I was kind of conflating it with the whenever a seed trumps when you're playing from game to game, you can go next time that dragon just showed up and all hands on deck like you said before, and then all of a sudden but it rolls over to what happens, like an earthquake happens and everything, and it changes the face.
The world changes the whole world.
Yeah.
And if you were playing
the next
campaign,
game you play it is like
and the Major and Minor Dilemma can be just as irrelevant to the players. You guys could have ignored that it was famine. You could have gone on in your adventures doing whatever and ignored the famine. It's not your responsibility. Hey, I'm not the Lord. Am I starving? That's what I need to know. Am I hungry? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That could another group of characters players might have completely ignored the famine. It's just not what they're interested in. And so it doesn't affect the direction of the game. It just gives some weight to and again, I think we've talked about this, but but I understood what Dale was saying. I don't want to restrict the action too much to these things, and I think it works if the GM understands it as a structure and a guideline, not as this is what the session's about. Because it's not about the famine. This is just what's happening in the world, right?
Well, there's always going to be, in any secondary world, there's always going to be major and minor events that are going on.
Bingo.
Plus some satellite stuff.
Yeah.
And like the thing with the Jester card, there's no reason why one of those satellite things can't all of a sudden become a major or a minor dilemma.
Right. If you knew what was going on in my head, that conversation.
Like earthquake, plague, those kind of things to me are major dilemmas, They're huge scope of effect.
Yeah.
Whereas, like the pagan bandits, maybe not even couldn't escalate to a minor dilemma, right? During a session, unless all of a sudden it's like, hey, I've rolled this 3 times, so what is it telling me? Is it telling me that now there's a bunch of bandits that are getting together, and
you heard rumors that they're robbing, and now you've seen victims, and now you've heard more rumors. The pagan bandits now have affected the world, right?
Yeah.
You guys.
All right, well, gentlemen, I have to head out. Yes, I do.
Awesome.
But thank you so much, Jason.
Yes, thank you,
all
Jason,
of you guys
for running.
Oh yeah,
and
hopefully we'll do something again. Hopefully one of you guys. will
let's
run
talk
something.
about what we want to do next.
I would like to see one of you run Dark Age of Man. That would be fun. Brian's already run a very good, successful game.
Frail Farm.
Awesome. Right.
All right, take it easy, guys.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a great weekend,
Later, man.
guys.
Bye.
See you guys
Great
later.
Fun. Bye-bye.
All right.